same. Crumbling towers, streets in flames, forgotten heroes, who knows their names? Broken futures, shattered dreams.
Hello, friends. This is Sam Chaney reporting for Weaponized News. Today, February 14th, 2025. Happy Valentine's Day. Government hates you. We love you at Weaponized News. Happy Valentine's Day. And as the thumbnail says there, from Trump and Coleman, roses are red, violets are blue. Come here illegally and we'll deport you. We do have Thomas from Alpha Mega Energy. I don't know why he's not on the line, but I was just talking to him, so he shall make an appearance to go over energy executive orders that have come down this week that we have not really covered that much. It just seems like it slowed down a little bit, maybe today. I think it did slow down a little bit, but man, we're facing information overload like nobody's business. Maybe they slowed down a little bit. Flooding the zone. So what do we got for you today? We got the speech from Vice President J.D. Vance calling out European tyrants at the Munich Security Conference. I think we're going to play the whole thing. It's quite striking, actually, to all the elitists of their NATO and all the rest of them. He sounds pretty American. We've got to keep an eye on this J.D. Vance, though. But a great speech there at the Munich Security Conference. So we're going to play that. We got a bunch of Trump does executive orders on miracles. We got the CDC firing 10% of its workforce. We got Bobby Kennedy getting right to work. Autism Task Force to find out the cause of autism. Miracle injury reporting system. I don't know how much longer. He even talks about, J.D. Vance talks about the censorship. Like, where are you at, Google? I wish you would have named Google specifically, but so things are trending in a positive direction for free speech here. You'll see, if you haven't already seen the J.D. Vance talk today to the Munich Security Conference. So we got reporting. Apparently, they tried to assassinate the president of Cambodia here now again. Thomas has reported on that. NGOs over there in Cambodia doing terrorism, kidnapping people. I guess since their USAID funding cut off, they've taken the mask off and just become gangster criminals, which they always were, but now they're doing kidnapping operations over there. He's going to have that to report to us. Madness. We got economic news. We got, of course, aardvarks. The deadline's tomorrow. What's going to happen there? Is Hamas or Western intelligence going to release the hostages? Or are they going to, they're still killing people in Lebanon, in the West Bank, but are they really going to, are they going to just wipe everybody out? So we're going to have to watch that closely tomorrow as that develops. It looks like they're going to, like Hamas is going to keep their side of the deal, allegedly. So we're going to go over that. What else do we got? A lot of health news, actually. Who was it? Louisiana. We may have to. Bill Gates and Fauci and that crew. They may have to hit. They may have to hit Louisiana with a bioweapon here because their state health department says they're will stop promoting mass miracles. So we'll have to see what happens there. So public health news, as always, on this Friday, Valentine's Friday. Let me blast through this day in history, and then we'll play the. We have a good intro too, or segue. But quickly on this day in history, February 14th, going back to 1349, 1349, the Black Death Massacre. 900 aardvarks are burned alive in Strasbourg after being blamed for spreading Black Death. Wouldn't you know? Always seems to be some sneaky aardvark doing something evil. Or they were just the victims and it wasn't their fault. In 1803, a law, listen to this. So where have we come since 1803 here in America? A law repugnant to the Constitution is void, Chief Justice John Marshall said in 1803. Well, then just about every damn law is void, but yeah, here we are. In 1844, the first Europeans to discover Lake Tahoe, John C. Fremont discovered Lake Tahoe, the first white man. In 1859, Oregon was admitted as, drumroll, the 33rd state of the Union. I don't know if this has any ties to Freemasonry or occultism, but just coincidentally, Oregon is the 33rd state admitted to the Union on this day in 1859. In 1899, U.S. Congress begins using voting machines. So talking about going back a long ways, 1899, they started using voting machines in Congress. In 1903, the Department of Commerce and Labor was established under Theodore Roosevelt. Hopefully it can be abolished here now. In 1912, Arizona became the 48th state to join the Union. In 1919, the Polish-Soviet War began. In 1920, the League of Women Voters formed in Chicago. In 1929, the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, allegedly commissioned by Al Capone, where he ordered the killing of 7 gangsters in Chicago on this day, known as the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. And fast way forward here to 2019, JP Morgan, I did not know this until I read my This Day in History. JP Morgan is the first bank to create its own cryptocurrency. I didn't even know they had such a thing, the JPM coin. So there you have it. Here's our segue. Aya May, Carmageddon, and then we'll bring Thomas on the line.
Play from the start.
I open up my phone on a Monday morning, staring at my screen. I'm tired and a little lonely. Mr. Musk says some shit that left so angry. Twitter wars and Gaza, man, it's overwhelming. Maybe that's how life becomes when people less important than a profit line. No one cares about your dreams, just pay your tax on time. Keep scrolling, hold me near to you now. Gender, guns, religion, and abortion rights. You better pick a tribe and ain't the other side. Keep scrolling.
Did you see Taylor live?
Man-made virus, watch some millions die. Biggest profit of their lives. Here's inflation, that's your prize. This is Carmageddon. Turn on the news and eat their lies. Kim or Kanye, pick a side. Cancel culture, what a vibe. This is Carmageddon. Corporations swear they never lie. Politicians bribe for life. More than war, it's genocide. This is Carmageddon. Welcome to the chaos of the times. If you go left and I go right, pray we make it out alive. This is Carmageddon. It's Fashion Week, celebs lose ribs. Balenciaga has the kids. Just as Stray Keys losing beef. Kendrick killed him in his sleep. This track's about beating for humanity's decline. We just want a peaceful life, give the people back their rights. And I still gotta beef, cause Fauci's laughing and we've been asleep. And who's a liar and it's running deep. Big pharma finna eat, they a devil make 'em weak. Man-made virus, watch some millions die. Biggest profit of their lives. Here's inflation, that's your prize. This is Carmageddon. Turn on the news and eat their lies. Kim or Kanye, pick a side. Cancel culture, what a vibe. This is Carmageddon. Corporations swear they never lie. Politicians bribe for life. War and wars, genocide. This is Carmageddon. Welcome to the chaos of the times. If you go left and I go right, pray we make it out alive. This is Carmageddon.
Carmageddon. Thomas, how you doing this Friday? Is it your Saturday? No audio from you. You had to adjust it last time. So yeah, thank you everybody for joining us on this Valentine's Day. Still no. They say we'll dare to demand the release of USS Liberty files. Yeah, I doubt we'll see that. Maybe. I seriously doubt we'll see the full. And we have a clip of that about aardvarks being heavily involved in the old JFK assassination. Can you hear
How's
me
it?
now,
How's
Paul?
it now? Is it picking me up?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, good.
How's
Yeah,
it going?
it's Saturday morning, Southeast Asia time, 8 o'clock in the morning over here on our side of the disc. And yeah, the USAID getting defunded. So I guess they took one more pot shot at Prime Minister Hun Sen with a drone flyover at his house, bombing his, trying to bomb his house anyway, is what they're doing here. So the USAID has a record of trying to assassinate Hun Sen over the years, has tried a number of times before. Let's get that up here if I can.
The chat wants to know your last name.
Oh, it's Thomas Bain. You can check. Just do a quick search. You'll find it very quickly. Find me all over the place. Very easy to find me everywhere and on many shows. So here we have reporting from the Phnom Penh Post. The Phnom Penh Post in itself is known to be funded by USAID and other entities. A lot of fake news over here in these emerging markets economies so that they can, of course, run all of their propaganda as they've been doing for a long time for their color revolutions and overthrows. The CIA has tried to overthrow Cambodia multiple times and do color revolutions here. And in the 2016 election selection was famous for the opposition leader admitting on international television that they were paid and funded and that they don't even answer for themselves, that they take the advice of the European Union, the EU, etc., and advisors, so international advice, and they don't act on their own and of their own volition and interest. And then that gentleman was charged by Hun Sen and so on. So that was quite interesting to see those recordings. And Hun Sen is trying to protect Cambodia and keep it as a sovereign country in the hands of their people amidst this endless meddling. Of course, Cambodia was conquered before by multiple different regimes, multiple genocides committed against these people by foreign nations, including Spain. Of course, the carpet bombing by the aardvarks under Henry Kissinger, who was running the DOD, CIA, CFR, and so on through the so-called Vietnam War. But people forget, and it's not spoken about, that they carpet bombed all of Cambodia as well in that. So here, I guess, in the last-ditch effort, when they're being defunded, they have attacked Hun Sen. He says, "You want to destroy the Hun Sen family? Plan a drone attack on my residence in Tak Mao, which is where it is. Remember, one individual has already been arrested in his support of this planned attack. It's a matter of national security. No one should attempt to assassinate me or anyone else, of course. Such an attempt is a form of terrorism. Is a foreigners.
We're getting feedback. We're getting feedback from you.
Okay. In recent weeks, they plan to attack my residence. Don't think that I don't know about all the messages. So they apparently have all the messages. They sent each other messages about the planning of the operation. They apparently have video as well of the people discussing it. So Cambodia has quite a lockdown on Facebook communication and different messenger communication here, and they monitor the communications as they know about all of this meddling that goes on and the propaganda. So they make rules for this, as China does, to regulate the social media and be able to monitor what's happening. So he's asking, why would they try to assassinate me? So the drones over top, they've uncovered these plans, whatnot, and recordings of their discussions and voices. So nothing new. A day in the life of the Central Intelligence Agency, USAID, and the others. There's many official front orgs here in Cambodia and all of these countries. I mean, they're just crawling with them. And the Phnom Penh Post that I'm reading this off, they went dark after the funding, because the funding was pulled, the websites went down. When the USAID website went down, Phnom Penh Post went down. And Hun Sen is famous for shutting down the fake news. Before Trump was even talking about the fake news, Hun Sen was talking about the fake news. And he shut down a number of these foreign funded medias. Of course, we have many of those: Radio Free Asia, Radio Free Europe, which are famous CIA fronts for them to run endless propaganda and aardvark propaganda and so on and so forth to run their overthrows. And this is famous here all across Southeast Asia. This is still going on.
All right, let's. That is shocking. Are you going to miss the fake news that it's no longer funded by America?
Yeah, it's quite sickening. Very tired of seeing it. Working in the emerging markets is something. As somebody involved in development, myself, building a startup, a breakthrough clean energy technology startup over here, involved in social enterprise for impact, wanting to do something, right? Dedicating your life to helping other people in these emerging markets in the spirit of John F. Kennedy, who said this wonderful thing: we should send out 100,000 American engineers to help these countries develop. What a wonderful gesture, and create peace and harmony amongst all of our human brothers and sisters, all together, one human family, helping each other, loving each other, building together, sharing a shared world of prosperity and values and representative democracy everywhere. And but these criminals at these so-called intelligence agencies, obviously they're 100% against that. Their democracy, right, as the democrats are always talking about, Trump is ruining our democracy. We need to save our democracy. That's their totalitarianism, their overthrow of democracy, their overthrow of these sovereign nations like Cambodia and all of the others, Brazil and so on and so forth, for them to be sovereign and not under this one world global Nazi totalitarian aardvark dictatorship. That's their democracy. They demand to control and colonize these countries and then genocide them. And that's very clear. That's been going on here. And so I went into all of these NGOs, hundreds, 450 plus of them I contacted when I hit the ground here. Hey, you want to build something, go to see where can we find funding, where can we find support, who's doing what, etc. Where can we plug in? And it's you can tell immediately, wow, this is all not what it should be. It's all fake. It's all bullshit. This is not like what you would expect at all. It's not even 1% of what you would expect. And it's all fake. I've complained about it countless times on Weaponized News before when I was a co-host before. And I've been talking about this in utter frustration for years, ever since I've been in the emerging markets. I mean, it's just so outrageous what goes on, the level of fake, and there's nothing genuine you can find anywhere. In 80 years, 3,200 NGOs have never made a startup fund in all of their lives. Not a single startup funding in all of their lives out of hundreds of thousands of people and $100+ billion in funding. Not a single startup fund, not a single startup funded. Now you tell me, is that development? I mean, Silicon Valley of all places, even one office, just one office has produced over 600 venture capital funds. One VC hub in there, and there's many, 600 of them. And the collective NGOs of the entire world has not produced one fund in hundreds of billions of dollars in 80 years. So if you want to talk about these democrats complaining, because they're the ones laundering all of the money. They're the ones stealing all of the money. They're the ones doing all of this crime and crime syndicates in the ring around the rosy. So they don't want their gravy train taken. And you can see over here, it's the same thing. It's all the democrats running all of these, setting all of these up. Fake climate change organizations, fake this education and that education organizations, fake startup support organizations, and so on and so forth. And it's all the democrats. They're your so-called liberals from Europe doing the same thing. And it's all lies. It's all fraud. It's all money out the back door. These people are criminals. Every single one of them should be criminally forensically investigated, and you'll find nothing but crime in there. But when is that going to happen? Hopefully, they will go much further than they have. And it's not enough to just shut these programs down. They need to be forensically, criminally investigated, and these people put behind bars. This is fraud, it's embezzlement, it's malfeasance, it's misappropriation. This is financial crime. This is not just wasteful spending. Everybody needs to stop using that term, wasteful spending. This is deliberate misappropriation of funds. That is a criminal act. It is financial crime.
They're helping.
They're helping. Yeah.
Let's go to J.D. Vance here. This is shocking. J.D. Vance calling out the tyrants at Munich security conference today. Pretty shocking, actually, to hear. Well, let's take a listen. About a 19-minute speech here. Well worth him calling out NATO essentially to their face and the rest of the tyrants over there in Europe.
Well, thank you, and thanks to all the gathered delegates and luminaries and media professionals, and thanks especially to the host of the Munich Security Conference for being able to put on such an incredible event. We're, of course, thrilled to be here. We're happy to be here. And, one of the things that I wanted to talk about today is, of course, our shared values. And, it's great to be back in Germany. As you heard earlier, I was here last year as United States Senator. I saw Foreign Secretary David Lammy and joked that both of us last year had different jobs than we have now. But now it's time for all of our countries, for all of us who have been fortunate enough to be given political power by our respective peoples, to use it wisely to improve their lives. And I want to say that, I was fortunate in my time here to spend some time outside the walls of this conference over the last 24 hours. And I've been so impressed by the hospitality of the people, even as, of course, as they're reeling from yesterday's horrendous attack. And the first time I was ever in Munich was with my wife, actually, who's here with me today, on a personal trip. And I've always loved the city of Munich, and I've always loved its people. And I just want to say that we're very moved, and our thoughts and prayers are with Munich and everybody affected by the evil inflicted on this beautiful community. We're thinking about you, we're praying for you, and we will certainly be rooting for you in the days and weeks to come. Now, I hope that's not the last bit of applause that I get, but we gather at this conference, of course, to discuss security, and normally we mean threats to our external security. I see many great military leaders gathered here today. But while the Trump administration is very concerned with European security and believes that we can come to a reasonable settlement between Russia and Ukraine. And we also believe that it's important in the coming years for Europe to step up in a big way to provide for its own defense. The threat that I worry the most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it's not any other external actor. And what I worry about is the threat from within, the retreat of Europe from some of its most fundamental values, values shared with the United States of America. Now, I was struck that a former European commissioner went on television recently and sounded delighted that the Romanian government had just annulled an entire election. He warned that if things don't go to plan, the very same thing could happen in Germany too. Now, these cavalier statements are shocking to American ears. For years, we've been told that everything we fund and support is in the name of our shared democratic values. Everything from our Ukraine policy to digital censorship is billed as a defense of democracy. But when we see European courts canceling elections and senior officials threatening to cancel others, we ought to ask whether we're holding ourselves to an appropriately high standard. And I say ourselves because I fundamentally believe that we are on the same team. We must do more than talk about democratic values, we must live them. Now, within living memory of many of you in this room, the Cold War positioned defenders of democracy against much more tyrannical forces on this continent. And consider the side in that fight that censored dissidents, that closed churches, that canceled elections. Were they the good guys? Certainly not. And thank God they lost the Cold War. They lost because they neither valued nor respected all of the extraordinary blessings of liberty. The freedom to surprise, to make mistakes, to invent, to build. As it turns out, you can't mandate innovation or creativity, just as you can't force people what to think, what to feel, or what to believe. And we believe those things are certainly connected. And unfortunately, when I look at Europe today, it's sometimes not so clear what happened to some of the Cold War's winners. I look to Brussels, where EU commissars warn citizens that they intend to shut down social media during times of civil unrest the moment they spot what they've judged to be, quote, hateful content. Or to this very country, where police have carried out raids against citizens suspected of posting anti-feminist comments online as part of, quote, combating misogyny on the internet, a day of action. I look to Sweden, where 2 weeks ago the government convicted a Christian activist for participating in Koran burnings that resulted in his friend's murder. And as the judge in his case chillingly noted, Sweden's laws to supposedly protect free expression do not, in fact, grant, and I'm quoting, a free pass to do or say anything without risking offending the group that holds that belief. And perhaps most concerningly, I look to our very dear friends, the United Kingdom, where the backslide away from conscience rights has placed the basic liberties of religious Britons in particular in the crosshairs. A little over 2 years ago, the British government charged Adam Smith Connor, a 51-year-old physiotherapist and an Army veteran, with the heinous crime of standing 50 meters from an abortion clinic and silently praying for 3 minutes. Not obstructing anyone, not interacting with anyone, just silently praying on his own. And after British law enforcement spotted him and demanded to know what he was praying for, Adam replied simply, it was on behalf of the unborn son he and his former girlfriend had aborted years before. Now, the officers were not moved. Adam was found guilty of breaking the government's new buffer zones law, which criminalizes silent prayer and other actions that could influence a person's decision within 200 meters of an abortion facility. He was sentenced to pay thousands of pounds in legal costs to the prosecution. Now, I wish I could say that this was a fluke, a one-off crazy example of a badly written law being enacted against a single person. But no, this last October, just a few months ago, the Scottish government began distributing letters to citizens whose houses lay within so-called safe access zones. warning them that even private prayer within their own homes may amount to breaking the law. Naturally, the government urged readers to report any fellow citizens suspected guilty of thought crime. In Britain and across Europe, free speech, I fear, is in retreat. And in the interest of comedy, my friends, but also in the interest of truth, I will admit that sometimes the loudest voices for censorship have come not from within Europe, but from within my own country, where the prior administration threatened and bullied social media companies to censor so-called misinformation. Misinformation like, for example, the idea that coronavirus had likely leaked from a laboratory in China. Our own government encouraged private companies to silence people who dared to utter what turned out to be an obvious truth. So I come here today not just with an observation, but with an offer. And just as the Biden administration seemed desperate to silence people for speaking their minds, so the Trump administration will do precisely the opposite, and I hope that we can work together on that. In Washington, there is a new sheriff in town, and under Donald Trump's leadership, we may disagree with your views, but we will fight to defend your right to offer it in the public square, agree or disagree. Now, we're at the point, of course, that the situation has gotten so bad that this December, Romania straight up canceled the results of a presidential election based on the flimsy suspicions of an intelligence agency and enormous pressure from its continental neighbors. Now, as I understand it, the argument was that Russian disinformation had infected the Romanian elections. But I'd ask my European friends to have some perspective. You can believe it's wrong for Russia to buy social media advertisements to influence your elections. We certainly do. You can condemn it on the world stage even. But if your democracy can be destroyed with a few $100,000 of digital advertising from a foreign country, then it wasn't very strong to begin with. Now, the good news is that I happen to think your democracies are substantially less brittle than many people apparently fear. And I really do believe that allowing our citizens to speak their mind will make them stronger still. Which, of course, brings us back to Munich, where the organizers of this very conference have banned lawmakers representing populist parties on both the left and the right from participating in these conversations. Now, again, we don't have to agree with everything or anything that people say. But when people represent, when political leaders represent an important constituency, it is incumbent upon us to at least participate in dialogue with them. Now, to many of us on the other side of the Atlantic, it looks more and more like old entrenched interests hiding behind ugly Soviet-era words like misinformation and disinformation, who simply don't like the idea that somebody with an alternative viewpoint might express a different opinion or, God forbid, vote a different way or, even worse, win an election. Now, this is a security conference, and I'm sure you all came here prepared to talk about how exactly you intend to increase defense spending over the next few years in line with some new target. And that's great, because as President Trump has made abundantly clear, he believes that our European friends must play a bigger role in the future of this continent. We don't think, you hear this term, burden sharing, but we think it's an important part of being in a shared alliance together that the Europeans step up while America focuses on areas of the world that are in great danger. But let me also ask you, how will you even begin to think through the kinds of budgeting questions if we don't know what it is that we're defending in the first place? I've heard a lot already in my conversations, and I've had many, many great conversations with many people gathered here in this room. I've heard a lot about what you need to defend yourselves from, and of course that's important. But what has seemed a little bit less clear to me, and certainly I think to many of the citizens of Europe, is what exactly it is that you're defending yourselves for. What is the positive vision that animates this shared security compact that we all believe is so important? And I believe deeply that there is no security if you are afraid of the voices, the opinions, and the conscience that guide your very own people. Europe faces many challenges, but the crisis this continent faces right now, the crisis I believe we all face together, is one of our own making. If you're running in fear of your own voters, there is nothing America can do for you. Nor, for that matter, is there anything that you can do for the American people who elected me and elected President Trump. You need democratic mandates to accomplish anything of value in the coming years. Have we learned nothing that thin mandates produce unstable results? But there is so much of value that can be accomplished with the kind of democratic mandate that I think will come from being more responsive to the voices of your citizens. If you're going to enjoy competitive economies, if you're going to enjoy affordable energy and secure supply chains, then you need mandates to govern, because you have to make difficult choices to enjoy all of these things. And of course, we know that very well in America. You cannot win a democratic mandate by censoring your opponents or putting them in jail, whether that's the leader of the opposition, a humble Christian praying in her own home, or a journalist trying to report the news. Nor can you win one by disregarding your basic electorate on questions like who gets to be a part of our shared society. And of all the pressing challenges that the nations represented here face, I believe there is nothing more urgent than mass migration. Today, almost 1 in 5 people living in this country moved here from abroad. That is, of course, an all-time high. It's a similar number, by the way, in the United States, also an all-time high. The number of immigrants who entered the EU from non-EU countries doubled between 2021 and 2022 alone, and of course it's gotten much higher since. And we know the situation, it didn't materialize in a vacuum. It's the result of a series of conscious decisions made by politicians all over the continent and others across the world over the span of a decade. We saw the horrors wrought by these decisions yesterday in this very city. And of course, I can't bring it up again without thinking about the terrible victims who had a beautiful winter day in Munich ruined. Our thoughts and prayers are with them and will remain with them. But why did this happen in the first place? It's a terrible story, but it's one we've heard way too many times in Europe and unfortunately too many times in the United States as well. An asylum seeker, often a young man in his mid-20s, already known to police, rams a car into a crowd and shatters a community. How many times must we suffer these appalling setbacks before we change course and take our shared civilization in a new direction? No voter on this continent went to the ballot box to open the floodgates to millions of unvetted immigrants. But you know what they did vote for? In England, they voted for Brexit, and agree or disagree, they voted for it. And more all over Europe, they're voting for political leaders who promise to put an end to out-of-control migration. Now, I happen to agree with a lot of these concerns, but you don't have to agree with me. I just think that people care about their homes, they care about their dreams, they care about their safety and their capacity to provide for themselves and their children. And they're smart. I think this is one of the most important things I've learned in my brief time in politics. Contrary to what you might hear a couple mountains over in Davos, the citizens of all of our nations don't generally think of themselves as educated animals or as interchangeable cogs of a global economy. And it's hardly surprising that they don't want to be shuffled about or relentlessly ignored by their leaders. And it is the business of democracy to adjudicate these big questions at the ballot box. I believe that dismissing people, dismissing their concerns, or worse yet, shutting down media, shutting down elections, or shutting people out of the political process protects nothing. In fact, it is the most surefire way to destroy democracy. And speaking up and expressing opinions isn't election interference. Even when people express views outside your own country, and even when those people are very influential. And trust me, I say this with all humor, If American democracy can survive 10 years of Greta Thunberg's scolding, you guys can survive a few months of Elon Musk. But what German democracy, what no democracy, American, German, or European, will survive is telling millions of voters that their thoughts and concerns, their aspirations, their pleas for relief are invalid or unworthy of even being considered. Democracy rests on the sacred principle that the voice of the people matters. There's no room for firewalls. You either uphold the principle or you don't. Europeans, the people, have a voice. European leaders have a choice. And my strong belief is that we do not need to be afraid of the future. You can embrace what your people tell you, even when it's surprising, even when you don't agree. And if you do so, you can face the future with certainty and with confidence, knowing that the nation stands behind each of you. And that, to me, is the great magic of democracy. It's not in these stone buildings or beautiful hotels. It's not even in the great institutions that we have built together as a shared society. To believe in democracy is to understand that each of our citizens has wisdom and has a voice. And if we refuse to listen to that voice, even our most successful fights will secure very little. As Pope John Paul II, in my view, one of the most extraordinary champions of democracy on this continent or any other, once said, "Do not be afraid." We shouldn't be afraid of our people, even when they express views that disagree with their leadership. Thank you all. Good luck to all of you.
Thomas, what do you think there?
It's a great speech. He's outlining, of course, hey, actual democracy is a danger to our democracy, right? The so-called liberals, the liberals, which I think is the perfect name for them. Feel free to use my coined phrase, the liberals, because all they do is lie, that they're supposedly liberal and tolerant. But what they're really tolerant to and liberal to is committing crime to get what they want, murdering people to get what they want, overthrowing countries, democratically elected countries, obviously, as you just saw there reported, to get what they want, assassinating Trump, any political leaders, etc., to get what they want. And you can see them all calling for this online. They're certainly liberal to murder, burning down entire cities, every act of crime and corruption possible, rigging selections, which Mark Zuckerberg. Now, Zuckerberg is caught once again for his endless litany of crimes. He's been funding the blatantly criminal lawsuits, the lawfare lawsuits against Trump. Billions of dollars, at least $2 billion more, has been tracked back to him, funding these illegal criminal framing of a sitting president, Donald Trump. Mark Zuckerberg has been found to have been funding that.
He's reformed. He's reformed now. He's a bro. He's a libertarian now.
Right, supposedly, right? Growth. He thinks you're such an idiot that he can just grow some curly, grow out his hair, his curly Jewish hair, a little bit more, and right, to go to some UFC.
He rode a surfboard, drinking a beer on 4th of July. Thomas, all right.
Yeah, and hold an American flag, which right, he's doing everything he can to destroy it, and and destroy everywhere else with this Chan Zuckerberg Genocidal Institute, a remake of the Bill Gates Institute, where they're engineering all of these new bioweapons with all of these same criminals that did all of this in and out of Wuhan, with this legion of these Chinese bioweapons engineers in there. So blind faith trust Mark Zuckerberg, your CIA, right? Talmudic Zionist aardvark. Blind faith trust him, your new libertarian god, right? Your new aardvarks. I usually say the other word. Your new aardvark media. You notice they're all conspiracy theorists now. They're all libertarians now. because that's what is effective.
They're the good guys. Okay, let me get to the news. More news here. Okay, we just saw the speech from Vance at the Munich Security Conference. Now, Senator Mike Lee, who has said he put out a post, is it time, or he says it's time for U.S. to leave NATO, and so that would be very nice if we could get out of NATO. U.S. Vice President Vance and Zelensky discussed peace strategy, and Zelensky declines U.S. proposal on mineral rights during the Munich Security Conference. A U.S. congressional delegation presented Ukrainian President Zelensky with a document requesting access to 50% of Ukraine's future mineral reserves. This proposal was made in the context of U.S. military support for Ukraine. Zelensky declined to sign the agreement.
More colonialism. It's the same thing they've done with Africa for 1,000 years already. No difference at all. I mean, it's what a disgrace. And where are all your liberals saying colonialism? Oh, not if there's a Rothschild aardvark flag there. Oh, no. Now it's the next new thing. Support Ukraine. We're totally fine with that. Eliminating democracy, because real democracy is dangerous for our democracy. Illegal overthrows of countries. Gone are the days of the liberals saying, "Oh, we can't do that to Libya. Oh, we can't do that to Iraq. Ukraine. Okay, our media told us that that's fine, so we're going to do it. We're going to be all for that." And it's pretty ridiculous. You've got some good comments in the comments here saying that Vance is all for brain chips. He's invested in yes. Vance is a huge mRNA investor and all. Les Wexner, who funded Vance, who's the same family. Of course, J.D. Vance is a elite aardvark family kid, and he was funded by Les Wexner, who funded Jeffrey Epstein, and Les Wexner also funded Trump, made Trump. And Les Wexner made Vivek Ramaswamy, funded him. And Les Wexner has hospitals that are engineering these bioweapons. And that's where Ramaswamy came from. His wife works for Les Wexner's hospitals doing all of this. And propped up by Soros at the CIA's Harvard, where Ramaswamy was literally the chairman of the political society of Harvard, the only fake conservative in there, steel manning the conservative arguments, because there's no conservatives at Harvard at all in there. So somebody had to be the fake conservative. So that was Ramaswamy.
Hopefully he can become the fake conservative governor of Ohio. Yeah, that's where he's going next. Okay, let me get to more news here. We got to get through a lot of news. U.S. Army bans transgender enlistment. The U.S. Army has announced a new policy that prohibits transgender individuals from enlisting in the Army. Additionally, the Army will halt all gender transition procedures for current service members. This discussion aligns with recent executive orders aimed at reshaping military policies regarding transgender service.
Yeah, get the chameleons out who have a tendency of committing crime and being very disloyal, to their country, and involved. And we've seen the intelligence agencies really radically prefer these chameleons in the services all over the world, because they're very, you could say, effective at finding these incredibly corrupt people that can be bribed and easily corrupted, and they'll put these people on them. And we've seen this time after time. Project Veritas has used that kind of thing to find all of these corrupt people in the deep state that will then come on these videos. They literally go onto these transgender dating websites to find all of these corrupt people, these corrupt transgenders, that will then just be openly talking about everything and all of these disgusting sleazebag crimes that they're doing. And that's how they get all these wonderful interviews. They pretend like they get some person that pretends that they're a transgender and go on the transgender dating websites, or the gay ones, Grindr and this kind of stuff. and then they sting these people. That's literally their main strategy.
I know. But I do miss. Don't you miss our Rear Admiral, Dr. Rachel Levine? Don't you miss her a little bit?
Well, Rick Levine certainly is a rear admiral.
Okay, moving on to the White House bans AP indefinitely over use of Gulf of Mexico. So the Associated Press, part of the White House press pool, would not call Gulf of America, the newly named spot right over here. I can't even see it on now. It's not on the screen. But anyway, you guys know where Gulf of Mexico used to be. Now it's Gulf of America, and AP wouldn't call it Gulf of America. And so they got banned from the White House press poll here. It's being reported today. So maybe they'll change their tune. They probably will because they want access to report on Trump. Okay, here's Pam Bondi. She's talking about bringing out the hammer. Here's a short clip, and then we'll get to the old all the searches. WikiLeaks is telling us that the searches in D.C. Looks like they are scrambling the Democrats about what they're going to do if they actually do prosecute some crimes. And so we're still waiting on that. We need prosecutions here for all of the crimes that have come out.
President Trump has directed this to stop. And if you don't comply with federal law, we will hold you accountable. We did it to Illinois. Strike one. Strike two is New York. And if you are a state not complying with federal law, you're next. Get ready, President Trump.
So they're going to come after Newsom here in the California State Legislature? They should, because they're thumbing their nose at federal law all over the place. So there's been a surge here now, Thomas, coinciding with this news. I guess they think possibly someday they could be looked at for all of their crimes. Legal inquiry surge in Washington, D.C. amid political activities. Over the last few weeks, Washington, D.C. has seen a marked increase in Google searches for terms related to legal defense, international banking with criminal defense lawyers, Swiss bank, offshore bank, wire money, and statute of limitations. Surges found over the last week and lawyer in Washington, D.C. Google searches for those terms.
So those are your low-level actors that the Democrats have used to do all of these crimes and whatnot. Those are right. Most of the premier Democrats involved in this in Congress and so on, they're all lawyers, right? So they're not the people searching for that. So this is the other people that have been roped into this and involved in this. They know that they're going to be the ones who are going down because they were involved. So they're looking for some legal help outside of the Democrat attorneys that have been involved in setting them all up in this. So they know they're implicated. So the rats are literally fleeing the sinking ship, looking for some defense, some way out, because they're not going to get the support from their Democrats, their political officials who are going to sink them under the ship as a scapegoat, right? And that's what they always do. They always finger the low-lying fruit and set them up, as Pelosi said, a wrap-up smear. It's always how they do things, right? A Seth Ridge assassination or whatever. So no surprise to see that. And somebody mentioned Ramaswamy here, and how does Trump not know about Ramaswamy's stock fraud? Must have some very bad advisors. Now, we've seen Ramaswamy leave the DOGE committee, and he's gone from that. So that's a really good sign. No talking about that, whatnot. There might finally be a criminal investigation into that. There certainly needs to be one. It seems to be one of the most blatant stock frauds ever in American history that Ramaswamy and his mother committed. It looks really bad. And for that not to go all the way in a full investigation would be outrageous. And for them to just magically find nothing with how blatant it is would be so outrageous as well. But with Gensler, hey, Aardvark Gensler, and then literally Peter Strzok's wife sitting on the board of the SEC, what the F is this? You have, the criminals, Strzok and his wife, who criminally framed a sitting president and all of these other crimes, and they're sitting there as regulators for the biggest financial market in the world. Talk about instilling confidence in the market.
I'm confident. Maybe Newsom's taking a hint. Ruckus made a good point. Are they going to go after states that legalize marijuana because it's still illegal federally? I don't know. Potentially. I don't think they're focusing on marijuana now. Newsom to veto California prison ICE bill. Governor Gavin Newsom of California has announced he will veto a bill from his own party that would have restricted cooperation between states, prison system, and ICE. And so maybe Newsom's seeing the writing on the wall here and trying to get in the good graces. Okay, we're almost at the hour mark. Let me plug here the campaign, Thomas, quickly. You're participating in the campaign, right, to help us get monetized on YouTube?
I'm watching a lot more weaponized news videos, liking all the ones that I watch. I encourage everybody to help get weaponized news monetized on YouTube. Watch some more of their videos. There's many short videos. You could watch many, and you can also just run them in the back, run a play on the side as you're doing things. So you can put a quarter of your screen or a little window, and you can enjoy your weaponized news there playing in your house. So I've been doing that as well to get some more airtime because weaponized news is so censored everywhere. So support weaponized.
We're almost there. We're almost there, Thomas. Right now, and the data lags by 5 days, but we're at 2,000. Let me put it up here. And we're missing Barry, sadly, today. Hope Barry's doing okay. He's a regular who's promoted us a lot, but we're at, as you can see, 2,685 hours watched, and so it looks like we're going to make it if everybody keeps helping. Please keep helping here. And an easy way to help is you go to Weaponized News on YouTube. Everybody watching on the other channels, it would be appreciated if you'd come over here, subscribe, and then scroll to the bottom here. And there's a list of 12 documentaries to push play, mute, and walk away, or listen up to them about the new world order from the Russian and Chinese perspective, the new Russian nuclear doctrine, the new U.S. nuclear doctrine. We have a documentary on BRICS. And so as we move toward the multipolar world in the new era, in the new world order, get educated up on these very important geopolitical topics. Or if you've already seen them, push play, mute, and walk away and help us get these hours. We're almost there. Thank you very much to Thomas, who's helping us on his machine. Thank you to Barry and everybody else in between who has helped us in this effort. We're almost there. It's quite a task to get 3,000 hours watched on YouTube, actually, when you're shadow banned. Maybe not. I don't know. Okay. And
definitely shadow ban with the consistency and to get the low result that they're showing.
Well, here's Ruckus. Look at what Ruckus is saying, that we're am I understanding this right, Ruckus? He says that his internet service provider is not a fan of weaponized news. They're calling Spectrum internet service provider is saying that weaponized news is a suspicious site. We don't have anything suspicious on there at all. So
we'll reach out to them and try to find out why they're supposedly calling it a suspicious site. I'll follow up with them after the show and find out why they're claiming that. Right? It may. You notice how it says it may. So not does. Not we've actually have some evidence. Not we have actually anything of real merit or value. Just it may. And under the auspices of it may, they can just say anything. And we see that, right? This huge number of posts, even on X, if you say anything about the aardvarks, then you get immediately your post is visibility reduced, so totally removed, and nobody can see it. And then it says it may contain hate speech, not does, right? That's just instant.
Well, the U.S. Army's hateful now, so they need to go bomb some people because they ban these transgenders. Okay, I'm going to pass on a message. So, yeah, I guess we're weaponized news is on the D list, apparently. Here's to pass on a message from the audience to one audience member to another. Let me put this on the screen. Carrie Pay, who's a consistent listener out there and subscriber, I think, actually, too, as well. Thank you, Carrie. She says, let Karen Peterson know, a member. Karen Peterson is on the Rumble. Karen Peterson out there, Carrie Pay, wants me to let you know about this is happening. They're pretty left-wing for me. I agree with the anti-war. I don't agree with stop mass deportations. And I don't agree with $25 minimum wage. We should have no state control on wages. But I do agree with end the wars. And I guess that's good enough for now when they're trying to blow up the world. Anyway, passing on the message over here to go and check this out. When is it? February 22nd, so next Saturday. Fight the Rich organizing conference. So I guess search that. Carrie wants to tell Karen, check this out. And so I'm passing along the message. And I did that. Okay, moving on to more news here. Let's see.
And go to weaponizednews.com and buy yourself some of these amazing Weaponized News.
We haven't even sold any stickers in a long time. I still have some, though. So, yeah, if anybody wants to buy some stickers or again, if you're a subscriber, then email me and I will send you the stickers because you're already paying. Okay, let's go down to Thomas. The public health news, and we have to be careful because we are on Facebook and YouTube, and they don't like you talking bad about public health, as we know. But Louisiana halts mass miracle promotion amid new HHS secretary oath. And so Louisiana Department of Health has declared it will no longer promote mass miracle policies, a shift announced on the same day Bobby Kennedy Jr. was sworn in as HHS head. The decision follows directives from the state Surgeon General, Dr. Ralph Abraham, to treat miracles as personal choice rather than public health necessities. Amid this change, there are concerns over raising infection rates and the state's existing low miracle rates. And so will they launch some type of bioweapon attack here now and say, well, Bobby Kennedy gave me polio, measles, everything bad that could happen, bird flu, bat flu, everything because of this announcement by Louisiana. I wouldn't put anything past these maniacs running public health.
Yeah, it's quite amazing. So Louisiana has said F Bill hates. It's great to see that. So I've got my mask ready.
just in case the mandates come back. I have my mask too. So
I've got my mask ready right here as you can see it. So thank you, Louisiana, for saying F Bill hates.
Oh man. So yeah, they're gonna have to get hit with something. Maybe Ebola over there in Louisiana. Another sad story. I know it hurts my heart. CDC workforce slashed by 10% under Trump's layoff plan. The Trump administration has initiated significant layoffs within the federal government, targeting primarily probationary employees across various agencies. This includes the termination of approximately 1,300 employees from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, which constitutes around 10% of its workforce. And so that's very sad news indeed to have to report to you today.
And Adam Clark posted in the chat here that they should put warning labels on it. That gigantic, like a bed sheet sized blank piece of paper that's inside of the box, that is your warning label. Consider that it's all redacted. Consider that your warning label. That's all the blanked out 1,200 plus chronic and deadly illnesses that it caused in the trials that they hid for 75 years.
So now we're all going to die because the CDC lost 10% of its workforce, Thomas.
Yeah. So you know, not enough people forcing those shots. And who knows if there are even real workers, right? More extra padding the salaries of different people's brothers and sons and uncles and whatever employed there, but really they have another job somewhere else. And it's just like Trump recalled all of these home workers and was offered to buy them out because they literally have other jobs.
2 and 3 other different jobs. Yeah, well, they're collecting a federal paycheck. Here's another sad story to report for the Malthusian depopulation guys, that RFK Jr. unveils plan for new miracle injury reporting system. And so new HHS Secretary Bobby Kennedy Jr. has announced plans to introduce a new miracle injury reporting system aimed at addressing criticism regarding the inefficiency of the current VAR system. Remember, we had Welcome Eagle. He went in there and pulled a bunch of data as best he could, but sadly, they're going to revamp the injury. But of course, no one's ever been injured, and we're all going to get measles. So we're going to see how that works out, because God forbid that we would actually care about medicine hurting people. Trump defunds schools with miracle mandates. And so today, President Trump signed an executive order defunding educational institutions that mandate the bat disease miracle for students and staff. And so it's like 5 years. It's like 5 years too late here, 4 years, but it's better than never, I guess. And so hopefully this is the start of a trend. We should have something called informed consent and choice about these matters, about forced medication, as we're seeing the trend of removing fluoride from the water supply. That's another forced medicating that no one consented to. And this is the same thing, because they withhold schooling and other basically functioning in society, especially here in California. And so this is one step in the right direction for this especially bad one, but all of them need to be on the same list. It should be everybody's choice whether you want to poison yourself or not.
And here you have Sophia Bush responding to that there. You can see claiming, this will kill children. Yeah. This is insanity. I guess she's so worried that even more kids will die from a little bit more CO2 in the sky, giving them CO2 heart attacks if they don't take their miracle shot.
Yeah, Sophia Bush. Who is that? She's like some wokester, whatever, a big liberal, right? And has 1.1 million followers, and just either you're a complete propagandist or a complete liar. Either way, you're a piece of shit, Sophia Bush there. So burn in hell, lady, because you're easily provably wrong. RFK Jr. launches autism cause probe. And so they're going to look into, I think we already know, but they're going to now officially prove it through the Department of Health and Human Services. They're going to form an investigative task force aimed at exploring various potential factors contributing to autism spectrum disorder amid ongoing debates regarding the origin. The announcement has sparked is there any more? This is going to cause more autism to even look into how it's being caused.
Well, Cambodia caused it. Pull up this map.
Cambodia
here,
caused it. Friggin'
pull up this map here, Sam. Where
Bobby Kennedy Jr. causing autism.
I got the map here. This is really fantastic. This map here showing the the prevalence of autism around the world in different countries off of ResearchGate. Can you pull that up? I got this shared to you.
Yeah.
So this shows all of the countries in the world, so the global burden of autism, and you can see America, Canada, and then European states there, Western European states, that of course have the most injections, the miracle potions for the kids mandated more than anywhere else. And in other countries, like say Cambodia, they have none mandated for the kids. And you see the entire opposite. There's virtually no autism at all. It doesn't even exist in the places where there are.
Didn't all the kids in Cambodia die of measles?
quote unquote, unfortunately, right? If you're talking to the aardvarks, they will say, unfortunately, they're not dead from the measles yet. It just magically passed on by.
What do they say here in the chat? They say, why doesn't Trump sign an executive order calling for the arrest and prosecution of Hunter Biden, Blinken, Fauci, Brinks, Scarflace? Not Scarflace. She has nice scarves. And Barola. Well, yeah, that would be. Maybe we're getting there. I doubt it.
He pre-pardoned himself, and he pre-pardoned his entire family. Remember?
Oh, yeah, but only back to. No, he didn't. Biden didn't pardon himself, but he did pardon his son. So, yeah, there's pardons out there. I don't think he pardoned the big pharma guys, but he did pardon Fauci. So, but only back to like 2014. So Fauci's been doing crimes against the people for 50 years. You can go back to the freaking 70s and get him on something, I'm sure. Okay, but that's the public health news. It's quite horrific. We're all going to die of measles now, mumps, rubella, polio, smallpox is going to. The black death is going to come back from 1349 and get us here now too, because of Bobby Kennedy Jr. is the head of HHS now. And of course,
you mean the one they've been digging up in Mongolia, all over the news, right? To engineer into bioweapons. Supposedly they're digging it up out of there.
It's to keep us safe from it, obviously. Okay, let's go now to these. I'll put it up here on the screen. Your area of expertise, the energy sector here, Thomas, unleashing the golden era of American energy dominance. What do we make of this? They're still not allowing any of this alternative breakthrough energy on the market. It looks like it's going to be just another petroleum fossil fuel type effort.
Yeah, there's nothing in for all of the not sure if there's anybody listening who's been suckered by all of these Q people and the XRP people and the QFS people, the Nasera Gesera people, all of this just endless bullshit, discredited garbage, claiming that Trump is going to release all the technology and all of this kind of stuff. That, of course, that's never going to happen. Trump is a radical hegemonist, loves the American energy dominance, which keeps the hegemony going, gives these Western nations, the Jewish nations, this massive unfair advantage over the other countries because the Western nations, the military industrial complex controls the energy and the energy industry and the energy proliferation, and they've seized over 4,000 energy innovators. Never has Trump ever suggested releasing even one single one of those energy technologies or the innovators. So if you or your friends or family come up with some new technology that can be seized and probably will be seized, and you won't even be allowed to talk about it once you are seized, or you'll go to prison as condition of the gag orders under the American Invention Secrecy Act, under the NATO agreement as well. So this is a huge problem. Getting out of NATO is a big step towards even allowing American innovators to bring their technologies to market. So that, yes, they're just talking about liquid natural gas, so drilled natural gas supplies, and going that way. More commoditization, more of the same centralization, more Rockefeller oil and Rockefeller pharma, right? And people think that they've conned the conservatives to support Rockefeller oil. But wait a second, weren't you exposing Rockefeller pharma and exposing how evil that this was, and how the Rockefellers monopolized the media, controlled all of that, monopolized and controlled pharma and healthcare. But they also, before that, they monopolized and controlled and manipulated the energy industry and commoditized it, centralized you, rent-seeked you, and subverted you to even support them and say we need to support big oil and big oil centralization instead of breakthrough energy, right? Where everybody can have a box at their house that makes unlimited amounts of electricity, whatever you want, and you have total freedom, and you have more opportunity. So gone are those days. They convinced the conservatives to hate this idea in masterful manipulation, simply by just taking clean energy and polluting it with all of this trans stuff, all of this vile lying to kids, and all of this doom and gloom and everything else. They've just put as much smut and garbage on that as possible that you'll hate. So then you'll throw the baby out with the bathwater and subvert yourselves. And it's masterful manipulation has worked incredibly well. But we've got to get back to supporting the breakthrough energy and real energy independence, real energy development, and that is, of course, breakthrough energy. Trump is not doing anything about that, which is very.
Commenter says Trump wants to be Nelson Rockefeller.
It seems so at this point in time.
And Rucka says there was an alleged. I have a hard time trusting much coming out of there, but this is why they're reporting Fox News, and it's all over the news. Ukraine blames Russia for drone attack on Chernobyl's protective shell, and so would NATO or Zelensky do a false flag on the protective shell there over Chernobyl? And then blame Russia, or would Russia do it for that sake? Who knows?
Of course, Zelensky would do it. They've done it countless times before. I mean, this is like what, the 15th or 20th time of shooting and shelling and bombing and accusations against supposedly Russia blowing up their own nuclear power plant with their own engineers inside running it. They built it. It's their plant. They've been running it, and they're just going to blow it up. They could have blown it up like 1 million times already. They bombed all of it, and now they're going to do it. I mean, it's the most asinine garbage. It's just a weekly test of how fool are you, is what they're doing, right?
Well, we know Putin blew up his own gas pipeline, Nord Stream, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, right. Yeah. He's famous for you're right. Yeah, he did that too.
So he blows up his own infrastructure to be blamed, especially right when peace talks are really heating up. It would make perfect sense for him to go and do this, and right, because he has everything to gain, and of course Zelensky is being forced to give up a bunch of natural resources, come to the peace table, potentially give up power, so on and so on. He has nothing to gain from such an attack.
Yeah, he's not going to do that. It's ridiculous. If anything, it's another left-wing Antifa activists, like so many that they've sent over to work with Vindman, these gay men like Vindman and Charamella, who criminally framed Trump, lying, fake whistleblowers presented by, gay man Californian Adam Shifty Schiff, pile of Schiff, of course. So they'd send all of these people over there, working with Vindman at the State Department, which is the CIA, and remember the Urich and Crooks, these shooters, were over there. Urich was there with his pal Hooper, running bombs and guns through the Ukraine with Vindman on all of these contracts and Soros contracts, and his George Soros' son shorted Trump's Truth Social and Rumble the day before the assassination attempt, where it appears to be Urich, who just came back just months before from the Ukraine, running bombs and guns over there and whatnot through his family's bombs and guns manufacturing companies, which have these partnerships with of course the other Cheneys, not our wonderful loved Sam Cheney here, but Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney, Dr. Doom, right? So they've been in business partnerships, in close friends, as the Cheney said on X posts. So you got all of this corruption circuit in there, and running endless false flags and lying and blaming and making these wild frauds against innocent people like Trump. And of course, they're going to do that to Putin as well. That's entirely what they do. That's their job. Effectively, they see it as is running these wild frauds to blame people, right?
So during the Munich Security Conference, Putin would fly a drone into Chernobyl's protective shell, basically an attack on Chernobyl, just to show NATO and the United States and Ukraine, F you. Really? I have a hard time believing that, honestly. It's like, really?
It's so ridiculous. He's not, he's got the power of the entire Russian rocket arsenal. He could do some real damage to any target. He could have blown them up. He could have blown up these politicians.
He could have blew up Munich, yeah, on everybody there, yeah.
He could wipe out Zelensky's headquarters in 5 minutes, anytime he wants to. And supposedly he's going to fly a little pissant drone into Chernobyl. I mean, it's the most asinine thing. So, as I said, it's your weekly test of how fool are you, and all the million of those followers for that Bush, whoever she was, there, Sonia Bush or whoever the hell that retard was, all her million drone followers. Well, of course, they're going to blame Putin, right? Putin bad, Orange Man bad, get Orange Man, right? Any lie is okay because they're dangerous to our totalitarian fascist democracy, right?
Well, here is
keep repeating the lie as many times. If you repeat the lie enough, then they're going to believe it. So says the Trudeau cult up north that deleted 100 years of climate data, so you wouldn't know that now is the 9th year of record snowfall around the world. I guess CO2 snow that's killing all of the kids after the miracle shots. I guess that's so cold it freezes, right? And that's what
they're saying. It was North
the hot Korean CO2 is falling down from the sky.
It was effing Rocket Man that did it. Here is a this is official from the official White House Valentine's Day card. Roses are red, violets are blue. Come here illegally, and we'll deport you.
Yeah.
Right there, you can see from the official White House X account. So they're very feeling very loving toward illegal aliens on this Valentine's Day. This report says border crossing drop to 60 or low under Trump policies. Recent reports indicate that illegal border crossings along the U.S. southern border have significantly decreased, with daily apprehensions in February dropping to about 359. The decline follows the policy crackdown under Trump, with data suggesting the lowest levels of crossings in the last 25 years. But then they're saying that, and I want them to do way more here, Thomas, but now that maybe I'll get reported, they're saying ICE wants to know if you're posting negative things about it online. ICE wants to hire contractors to monitor social media for threats and throw people in jail for anyone who criticizes the agency. Will I be thrown in jail for saying they're not deporting enough people fast enough?
Yeah, just like they did the Aardvark Biden crime administration did to all of these school teachers and declared them as terrorists and dangerous threats to America and national security threats if they dare show up at a school protest or say these kind of things online. And now they do what they were doing under the Biden prime administration as well. If you dare say, hey, the Aardvarks killed Jesus, if you speak the facts of history, it's illegal, and they will delete that immediately off of social media, and they want to know who posted it, and so on and so forth. So now we have a little bit of sanity going on, some people actually speaking the facts. Well, hey, they're going to try to they're going to talk about how evil that is right after they just spent 4 years doing it.
I think they're trying because they've been warning, they as in radio stations specifically, that Soros bought a bunch of them right before the election, and radio stations have been broadcasting warning illegal aliens of coming ICE raids, and there's leaks out of ICE, and they're posting it on social media and broadcasting it over your terrestrial airwaves. And so I think that's what they're talking about. But I'm criticizing ICE for not doing enough. So I'm on the complete other side of the spectrum, not telling illegal aliens you should self-deport, leave before ICE gets you. And ICE needs to be deporting, like, now they're way behind. We're 3 weeks now into the Trump administration. They need to be doing like 12,000 deportations a day for the next 4 years to even get caught up to what it should be. And so that's not happening. But they need to really pick up the pace, because it looks like they're only publicizing these hardcore criminal illegal aliens that have committed like murder, rape, child rape, all the worst crimes. And so they're getting them gang members, and they're getting them and like hyping it up. Oh, look, we're taking care of the bad guys. But there's, who knows, 20, 30, 40, 50 million illegal aliens have come in under the Biden administration that just simply can't be here anymore and got to go. Okay, but in California, we love it. We're a sanctuary state. At least the prisons are going to turn them over to ICE here in California. As the federal government should go after the state legislature for trying to pass this law. At least Gavin Newsom is smart enough to veto that. But now we see this report. California's $9.5 billion with a B Medi-Cal price tag on illegal aliens. And so during a recent California Assembly budget hearing, it was revealed that the state is spending an estimated $9.5 billion annually on healthcare for illegal aliens through Medi-Cal. $9.5 billion.
Yeah, I would investigate that. And you've got this string of, and people should.
They're not even supposed to be here, Thomas. Not even that. Yeah. I wouldn't advise anybody even want health care from the system as it stands right now, but they're not even supposed to be here. We got homeless Americans, homeless veterans all over the place, junkies all over the place. They're Americans that need help to get off the streets, but we're pouring in $9.4 billion in a bankrupt state. We're a bankrupt country, a bankrupt state, into mortgaging our future here to prop up people that aren't even supposed to be here to pay into a fraudulent healthcare system. It's just, I think
there's a lot more fraud than just that. I think there's a lot of that is this expense is just fake billing, claiming that
probably
this is on undocumented immigrants. And I've seen some evidence and some other posts that people have posted that a lot of this fraud is coming from these aardvark hospitals. And most people don't talk about this, but there's huge chains of aardvark hospitals that are, and it's just wild fraud occurring there, financial crime, financial fraud, just like what is seen at FEMA, what FEMA's doing. They have their own massive hospital networks doing this exact same thing. And and they went and took over FEMA, and it's run by like the top 15 executive positions. Instantaneously, they were lobbying for FEMA to give money to aardvark hospitals, aardvark charities, aardvark synagogues, aardvark organizations, and so on. And then they somehow got control of FEMA, the top 15 positions, all of a sudden. Took over everything, just like an administration change, like Trump
Mayorkas said his family were, the Holocaust, so you have to let them do anything they want.
Right, with FEMA. And then they sucked all of the money out of FEMA and completely bled it completely dry. And then there's no money for the North Carolina people because it was all sucked into these.
Here's another aardvark for you, Thomas. Mexico warns of lawsuits if cartels called terrorists. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum of clearly Mexican descent there has stated that if the United States designates Mexican drug cartels as terrorist organizations, Mexico will escalate its legal action against American gun manufacturers. This statement comes in response to reports that the U.S. State Department is preparing to classify certain cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And so, of course, she's a big Hispanic woman there, the president of Mexico, threatening
She's definitely not involved in a cartel, despite 23 political candidates were assassinated to make her way on the selections machines to miraculously win the selection in Mexico. Right, this foreign descent line. I mean, it's just
we do miss Barry. So I hope he's doing all right today. Barry is missed in the chat and being our unpaid co-producer of the show. So I hope he's doing okay. We will have to email him after the show there. Okay. Last part of the immigration here. Wait, do we have two more? Last story. AOC under DOJ review, Ocasio-Cortez. At least she's freaking Hispanic. You know what I mean? But Representative AOC hosted a webinar providing information on how undocumented illegal aliens can assert their legal rights during encounters with immigration and customs enforcement, ICE. The event has sparked controversy, leading border czar Tom Homan. Well, hey, I'm not a freaking aardvark, so I do believe that these people, even though they're here illegally, they do have human rights. We can't beat them up. We can't abuse them. We got to treat them right, but they got to go, and it needs to be humanely deportated. I'm sorry to say, but they do have human rights, and we can't abuse them or any of this type of behavior. So I don't know where that's going, but okay. What do we got here now? IRS faces audit and layoffs, and so sadly, it's being reported that the IRS is going to lay off audit agents. They don't need them anymore. They're going to use AI now, and they don't need they need way less humans because they're going to scan everything through AI systems, and they already are, and they're going to pull up red flags on your tax return, and that's who they're going to target for an audit. Thomas,
I thought that they needed those citizen police, the 87,000 armed IRS agents, to storm your house for your voluntary income taxes. I thought that was so crucial. But hey, we got to, maybe everybody needs to start selling Hunter Biden paintings so that they can decrease their tax bills, right?
Maybe. Yeah, Hunter Biden taught us how to do the money laundering. Just become an artist and get a pardon from the president, of course, and everything will be cool with all of your crimes. So yeah, DOGE had entered the IRS building yesterday amid reports of upcoming layoffs affecting thousands of IRS employees. So it's going to be interesting to see what comes out of allegedly auditing the IRS, if anything.
Yeah, and they, of course, they were criminally weaponized, this agency, politicized against the opponents of the Democrats. Anybody else, they're going after them, and especially going after libertarian candidates, Tea Party candidates, and whatnot, and doing everything that they can to investigate these people and audit these people on political ideology, which is a crime. That's a
Lois Lerner famously took the Fifth Amendment. So, guilty.
Yeah, it's a crime. It's illegal discrimination.
Nah, they're the good guys. Taxation is not theft, Barry. It's to fund building the roads that all have potholes and are falling apart. Okay, what are they saying?
Business people are a danger to our democracy, you see.
They're saying Florida's making big moves. They're banning fluoride a bunch of places. Florida's probably the most liberty place. They may be the first to be bombed by Russia and China. DeSantis backs property tax eliminations in Florida. Florida Governor DeSantis has endorsed the concept of abolishing property taxes in Florida. But see, they don't have, they play this game. Oh, there's no sales tax in this state, but then they have a high property tax. So there's no property tax, but guess what? Your sales tax is 20%. So I like the idea of no property tax, but I guess that's the best one you could take, but they're going to make it up somewhere else and jack up your taxes somewhere else, as we've seen. Like there's no income tax in a bunch of states, but then they jack up your taxes other places. But I would like to see no property taxes across the whole country, because many old people work their whole life. They work their whole life, pay off their 30-year mortgage, then go to retire, and they're on a fixed income, and they can't afford their property tax. That story's happened many, many times, and wind up getting their property seized by the county because they can't afford to pay property taxes. They're on a fixed income after they've worked their whole life to pay off that 30-year mortgage. And so something needs to be done about that, so you can actually own your property and not always be a debtor to the state owing property tax every year.
Well, Bill Gates has plenty of farmland. He has plenty of property. He has no problem owning all his property. So, yeah, Trump talking about abolishing the income tax and going to just tariffs. But I personally, I don't know about, I would love to hear from the people in the audience. What do you think about these sociopaths like Bill Gates paying no tax? Is that the right thing to do? Is it really the right thing to do to create this massive, endless sucking wealth vacuum of these people that have these record technology cartels that can suck all of the wealth and monopolize and antitrust all of their wealth at record rates? And now we don't have antitrust lawsuits anymore when these guys are doing this on this big aardvark technology cartels where they censor everybody and they demonetize. That's criminal RICO antitrust when they're doing that, and that's not being broken up anymore. It used to be get broken up, but it's not anymore. So is it really the right thing to do to have this massive suction vacuum to the top to these oligarchs, and
not when they're using monopolistic business practices? That is illegal, like you said, antitrust, and so they need to be prosecuted for antitrust violations, and that would break it up. But as we know, it's so corrupt that we got a long way to unwind from that. Okay, what do you think of silver? I know that you're not a big gold bug over there. What do you think about silver?
Well, I'm not someone for the idea of, and I tend to go with what God said about these issues, where God, says, don't worship the golden calf, and don't buy into that. And this idea of buying these, just material, these rocks, and digging a hole under your house and sticking this under the house, this completely goes against what God said. Storing your treasures, keeping them for someday. You can't keep it with you forever, right? You can't die with it and take it with you to heaven. These kind of things we're supposed to be sowing through the other people.
Thomas, did you know that yesterday we saw all-time high in the gold price? It dipped down today by like 40 some odd dollars as they took profits, but yesterday was all-time high gold, and now they're talking about if silver can break through Ruckus $33 resistant level and reach $34, then it could we could see an upward trend toward $40 per ounce. I guess we're on the economic section here now. What do you?
Yeah, they always say these kind of things in order to try to push it up and try to create some kind of support for buying.
There's one of your favorite guys who's
higher. It's even higher, so buy high, buy even higher. Now that it's even higher, not buy low, sell high.
No arbitrage allowed. Here's one of your favorite economists, Peter Schiff.
Another Schiff, like Adam Shifty Schiff.
Who says he's not related to any of these guys, not related to the Federal Reserve Schiff.
Yeah, right.
None of them are related. This guy's a good guy, libertarian. He's been wrong for a very long time about Bitcoin, but he says silver is up over $1 this morning, trading at 33. Is he signaling here? 33? I don't know. That's the price of silver. That's a stretch. Just saying what the spot price of silver is. But hey, why not shift gold? He's been wrong about Bitcoin the entire time, and he does get trolled quite a bit.
And he's been completely wrong about the U.S. dollar for his entire life.
That too. He's always saying the dollar's going to collapse, and
the economy in the stock market, he's been wrong about that for the last 30 years as well.
Ruckus is not playing. You should have been listening to Peter Schiff. Ruckus, he said, I just sold the silver bar I had.
Yeah, it's completely anti-human buying these things. All of these aardvark oligarchs own all of these gold mines and silver mines and that industry, and the price fixing and price rigging.
But if you got to trade it in for dollars because you got to eat, I totally understand. You know what I mean? You can't eat gold, silver, or dirt or anything. You got to do what you got to do to get by.
Right. But with the Bitcoin and these other, alternative currencies now you have choice. You have more choices than you had before. So you have limited supply. There's other things you can do. But why can't you, find somebody in your local business, your local area, right? Find some ethical, business people, ethical Christian business people, and invest in their business, fund their business, take some profit, take some equity in their business.
Listen to what this guy's saying. Huffman says, a well-managed fiat currency issued by the state instead of private institutions is actually preferable to debt-based economy and gold standard. I think I have to agree with that. What do you think of that?
Well, it all depends as well. I'm certainly for more innovation, and having every state could have their own, central bank, their own state bank that prints their own currencies. You could have a currency for every single state. Milei, that's their plan. They said, right. Another.
We'll go to that story now. Argentina's President Milei, he's launched a meme coin. Well, I'll put it on the screen so everybody can see it here. You can see right here, reportedly with the aim to stimulate Argentina's economy by supporting small businesses. While the coin has rapidly gained traction on social media, with its market cap speculated to reach $1 billion in mere hours, the exact details regarding its control and legitimacy remain unverified. Is it another one of these pump and dumps? Here it is from Milei. He has launched the
Libra. He stole Facebook's thunder. That's
the
hilarious.
Libra coin there. Liberty.
That's great.
The liberal Argentina grows. This private project will be dedicated to encouraging the growth of the Argentinian economy by funding small Argentinian businesses and startups. Thomas, maybe you need to move over there with the Nazis in Argentina and Milei. You need to check.
I'll look into it.
You need to look into this. What is going on there in Argentina with their president saying they're looking to fund small businesses and startups? That's more than most will say.
Yeah, that's certainly a first. You could say China made an initiative. They funded 200 venture capital funds in 2016 using state money to do that, which America still has not done. I'm not aware of any other country in the world who's done that. Maybe there's some of that going on in Dubai, UAE right now. Let's pull this up. Here's one of the examples. So Milei is trying to cover up for taking away the People's Bank. So Argentina has a People's Fed right now, where the Fed is owned by the people, and Milei is trying to privatize it. So do the 1913 thing, and it's amazing to watch people support that. For him to do that, to go in and privatize the central bank, which is exactly.
But it's been mismanaged so bad. That's how he even got in there, is because of corruption by the government. And so they said, we need this extremist with the chainsaw that's going to slash government because their economy was so bad. But now it goes the other way. He puts them under austerity measures. Reportedly, their inflation's at 2%, something like this. So it appears that his libertarian economic policies are working, at least on paper. I don't know what it is on the real street. Of course, we can never trust any government numbers about such matters. If you go to the grocery store, how many friggin' eggs that you can buy, which is not many in California here, but I don't know.
Yeah,
he would have never got in power if they didn't mismanage it, though. Thomas, you see the problem?
Yeah, the poverty in Argentina is absolutely skyrocketing under Milei's policies because nobody has any money to pay for anything or buy for anything. So you just destroy, and you're taking all of the finance for the growth of small businesses and the growth of startups and construction projects and everything. There's no money, no cash to finance anything. So the economy is just absolutely imploding in Argentina. So they claim that they're getting inflation under control. It's all bullshit. If you look at the inflation numbers, it's still wildly out of control there. And there's a number of reasons for that. So they manipulate this in the news. When you look at it, you can see through the headlines very quickly. And then we were just showing that one province in Argentina, they just instantaneously issued their own currency. It's almost like issued their own crypto to actually keep paying everything. And they call this the chachos. And there's actually some famous potato chips called chachos. But they issued the chachos currency. They print their own currency at 0% in their province. This could be happening in all of the American states. They could be printing their own currency. But through these corrupt rules where everything's centralized, somehow that's not happening in America. And it should be happening. We should have multiple federal banks printing currency to finance small business, finance startups, finance the innovations, finance these successful businesses so that they can grow internationally around the world, and taking some shares for the public, for the taxpayer, so that then these retirees that you're talking about that can't pay their property taxes, they have investment funds, right, from the government that organized this for them. And then they
promised Social Security was going to take care of us.
Right. So they just set that up and they built it for themselves, and they only use the print for themselves to fund themselves, fund their oligarch contracts. And that's not going to help by then making 0% tax on these criminals who've done that and never taking back any of those assets and never rebalancing the system. So we need to have rebalancing. So I don't like this idea of zero income tax. There shouldn't be any on the poor. There shouldn't be any on these small businesses or these people that are building the economy, building all of the jobs. But these massive oligarchs like Bill Gates that have all of the land, all of the property, people like Elon Musk with $400 billion plus in wealth, this kind of thing. The idea to not tax these people, this is insane.
But they're the good guys.
Yeah, the good guys they gave to you. They
wrote the tax code, so essentially through bribing Congress, so they're the good guys.
Right. Yeah. Someone is saying they say the gold price is the real inflation number. Well, I don't much agree with that. This shiny piece of rock, this useless piece of rock, and the more expensive it gets, the more useless it gets. It's too expensive to actually use for anything. So we're taking this useless piece of technology, or could be worthwhile piece of technology, out of the market. Nobody can afford to even use this element for any of its potential uses anymore. And all that this does is serve to enrich the centralist bankers, the Rothschilds. What a way to own the central banks, by literally financing the central bankers who own all the gold by propping up the gold price, instead of investing to your local small businesses, manufacturing things so that you can actually have some community of local money, instead of just the BlackRocks owning everything and you'll own nothing. So don't own yourself like that. Sell your gold, sell this golden calf, stop worshiping it, stop supporting these guys like Schiff, lying through his teeth to sell you his product. Of course, he will never be independent. There's no independent who's selling the same thing that they're advising there. So support your local businesses, your small businesses, your ethical-based, merit-based founders. Support them. Stop storing the golden calf under your house to finance these corrupt central bankers.
Support your local chicken farmer.
Right.
Okay. What else have we got? What about the tariffs? There's big tariffs coming down on aluminum, steel.
Yes.
Now Trump's talking about tariffs on automobiles. Trump announced plans to introduce tariffs on automobiles targeting imports around April 2nd. The decision aims to reshape U.S. trade policy by adding to existing import levies following previous discussions about avoiding an April 1st implementation due to permanent cost increases. And so he's trying to incentivize manufacturing here in America.
Yeah, and 25% tariff on all aluminium imports from Canada, Brazil, Australia, Mexico, 200% import tariff on Russian aluminium coming in. That's huge. I don't understand why we have to hate Russia all the time and do this, but a lot of these countries going to be, well, Canada, certainly Trudeau, going to be very pissed off, of course, that there's going to be some tax. And all of these countries are dumping all of their extra aluminum into America at the same time, competing with each other, doing the race to the Chinese style race to the bottom in prices, trying to bankrupt all of each other, flooding the market with this cheap aluminum. And then the American producers can't make any money. They're all competing to destroy the American producers and competing against each other to destroy them. And that's not helping the American industry of aluminum production at all. So in all of those countries, they're charging tariffs against America. China, as an example, charges a 100% tariff against America. So if China's charging 100%, I mean, Trump's only talking about 25%. Trump should be talking about 100%. They charge America 100%. Why the hell is America not charging China 100%? So they don't let you sell American goods into China. They don't let you do that, right, at all. They're charging 100%, 2 times the price. And you're only going to charge them 25%? And prior to Trump, import tariffs were the Democrat policy for 50 years. But Orange Man Bad stole our thunder. So now they're all of a sudden against a tariff. So that was their policy. Like, these people are such frauds and liars, right? It's so pretentious. They pretend that they're supporting that, but they weren't really, right? Because all of those people, these Democrats, are the same people that outsourced all your jobs and then lied to you that it was the Republicans doing it.
Okay, here's I think we got two more stories about the economy. This is kind of a big one. I think Warren Buffett at Berkshire Hathaway exits the S&P 500 ETFs and realigns holdings. Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway has made significant changes to its investment portfolio in the fourth quarter of 2024. The company has completely exited the positions in Vanguard S&P 500 ETF, and that call signal is VOO, and SPDR S&P 500 ETF Trust call signal SPY. It has sold its entire holding in Ulta. Meanwhile, reductions were made in various financial stocks, including Citigroup, Bank of America, Capital One Financial. Berkshire Hathaway has increased stakes in companies like Domino's Pizza, Pool Corp, Series XM Holdings. So interesting moves there by Warren Buffett at Berkshire Hathaway. He seems to be having inside information and know what is coming, or is as genius an investor as is Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, well, Nancy Pelosi does the insider trading based on the appropriations contracts. Here's the chart here. We can pull it up here so people can see. And Warren Buffett is famous for, of course, buying low and selling high. That's his historical mantra, of course, right? So this is only going back to 2018 here. But does that look low to you, or does that look high to you? Obviously, it's a record high, and when you stretch the chart out even more, this is a record high of record highs. It is absolutely ridiculous, and certainly, the Trump run-up, there's a lot of crazy market activity. Obviously, was seen where everybody was screaming for a collapse in the stock market in 2016 because there just wasn't the GDP growth to support it, and it was all financed by the Fed, the economic growth. and it has been ever since. And that shows you that printing more money actually results in economic growth. It does not result in more collapse, because you by printing money, you actually finance small business, you finance manufacturing and manufacturing growth, you finance development, you finance innovation, you finance startups, you finance technology, and that's what happens. You get economic growth, which then increases tax receipts and so on. If you do it that way, and increases American power. Of course, Warren Buffett is going to take some cash. He's going to sell some things when they're very high. And we've never seen such a high in stocks ever before. So, and he's a historical value investor.
He's taking profits, yeah.
Right, exactly. And he's preparing for, buying some other things that might be cheaper and going to more cash, so that he can find something that might shake out of these record highs. So you've got a lot of hype, a lot of pump after Trump. And then what happens after that, right? There's going to be some weakness. There's going to be some issues here and there. And then what happens? So he's going to go bargain hunting if he can find it. He needs extra cash to do that. He's cashing in on the highest price stuff that there is and looking for something there. But we're also in the cycle. We're delayed. We're behind the schedule, the 18-year schedule, when the market takes a major dump. So he's positioning for that as well.
Yeah, Warren Buffett, I would say, knows what he's doing there. Okay, let's last story about the economy. In-N-Out Burger here in California, famous. I guess I don't know what other states they're in, but famous here in California. In-N-Out hamburger joint. They're moving their headquarters. Moving corporate headquarters from Orange County, California, to Franklin, Tennessee, here now, because they just can't. It's not it's a business adverse environment, you could say, here, created by the California state government.
Yeah, and you can only imagine what they're gonna be trying to force into the burgers. Maybe they're trying to force some miracles into the burgers. So In-N-Out is like, okay, we were in, but now we're out. Right? So you got Impossible Burgers.
Well, they passed the old it's $20 an hour minimum wage for fast food workers here now. And so
right. Yeah, that's
a pretty damn high. That's a pretty damn high minimum wage for literally entry level position. Working at a fast food joint, that you would be like your first job. It used to be like your first job when you're like 16 in high school, you know what I mean? And now they're state law here in California, $20 an hour. And that's a hefty price. And of course it's passed on to the consumers. And so the constant meddling in the food and labor markets of California state government has caused In-N-Out to move their corporate headquarters to Tennessee. Sadly, they'll probably they did shut down one restaurant in Oakland due to violence. They said it was just too violent. Customers were being beaten up. They're being robbed, and they just said we can't even have a store here anymore because of the insane level of violence. Yeah,
when your staff are getting assaulted every single day.
We're getting robbed just going to work in the parking lot. They're robbing the staff, the customers, everything like this. It's just you can't even have a store there.
Right,
in large part.
And we got some comments about Canadian tar sands oil, where America gets a lot of its oil from. America's got a lot of oil, man. It's got so much oil. It definitely doesn't need Canadian oil. America has so much oil. That is a fact. We shouldn't be using any of the oil. We should be using breakthrough energy instead of using the oil. Actually, we should have real electric cars, not Elon Musk's fake battery cars. That's what we should have. Elon Musk is the face of energy suppression. For those who don't realize that, you should think about it. But America does not need Canada's oil. Other countries around the world certainly need that oil, and certainly need it instead of buying it from these anti-American countries, right? These terrorist sponsor states and so on, who have a lot of oil. There's no sense enriching, just making these these sheikhs with hundreds of billions of dollars as well. When you got all of these starving veterans, homeless veterans, we should be selling our oil internationally to all of these different countries like Cambodia, etc. Cambodia has to buy its oil from the Middle East and from Indonesia and all of these other places. There's plenty of markets out there. America can be totally oil independent, and we should be promoting selling the Canadian oil to somewhere else. And if Trudeau wants to continuously punish, Trudeau's punishing Alberta anyway, and doesn't even let it be shipped out into the ocean and sent in container ships so they can sell it. So that's their internal fault. That's Trudeau's fault, and the so-called liberal definitely
climate change,
on selling the exports. Yeah, definitely not liberal on business.
Okay, that's all the economic news we have. Listen to Peter Schiff. Don't listen to Warren Buffett. No, actually, I think I would listen to Warren Buffett, or at least I think he knows what he's talking about there a little bit. But okay, moving on to, we got Aardvark news, and I don't think we've ever said that the Muslims are all great. We're saying don't kill the women and children and innocent men that are not radical jihadists, right? But we're seeing this, and I know Octo over there on the Rockfin platform, he'll enjoy this. Here in America, Epic City, Texas's Sharia compliant community project, a housing development project named Epic City, is being built in Dallas County, Texas, with plans for residential plots, Islamic schools, a college, and a mosque. The project, introduced by developer Dr. Yazir Quadhi, has sparked various reactions across social media, with some viewing it as a step towards religious segregation. So I guess freedom of religion, if you want to go live under Sharia law here, but it can't violate our constitutional law, and it is very oppressive of women. But let's watch this short video about Epic City there in Sharia law compliant in Texas.
Rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Brothers and sisters, I'm sure many of you have heard of the amazing project that we're doing known as Epic Cities. We are, alhamdulillah, constructing an entire city half an hour from downtown Dallas, literally 30 minutes from our own Plano Masjid over here. It's going to be a city of over 1,000 people. Alhamdulillah, we launched this website last year and we sold the entire phase 1 within days. Because of the demand, we are now opening up Epic Ranches. Epic Ranches is an exclusive opportunity for those who want to be within minutes of Epic City, but also want larger plots. We have 2 Epic Ranches. Epic Ranches 1 begins with 1 acreage and goes up to 5 acreage. And Epic Ranches 2 has plots of ½ acre and also investment opportunities for those who want to build condominiums. Brothers and sisters, this is a limited time opportunity. It is an amazing time to invest for the future, not only in yourselves, but of your children after you. We are inshallah ta'ala going to change the entire da'wah scene by demonstrating to the world what it means to be a Muslim living in the West. To talk about the financial details, let me bring in our brother Imran Chaudhry. Many of you know him as the president of Epic. He's also in charge of Epic City, and he will be the liaison for Epic Ranches as well. Brother Imran, bismillah, come on in. Assalamu alaikum. Alhamdulillah.
Assalamu alaikum. Dear brothers and sisters, for a very limited time, if you pay full, you get a 10% discount. And also, for your convenience, you can book a lot with $30,000 earnest money, and you can pay the remaining balance by June 15th. That gives you almost 4 months to pay your down payment or pay the full amount. And if you pay the full amount, you still get 10% discount. This is a very, very limited offer. For me, more details, go to www.theepicranches.com or call me 469-766-43.
So there we go, Thomas. We have an opportunity in Texas to move into Sharia compliant community there. And so
definitely not in Israel, but of course FEMA and the entire ZOG.
It's Aardvark land. That is freedom in America, but Sharia law doesn't comply with the Constitution, so sorry, it's got to go. But they're telling us over here, Big finance is safe and effective. This is not don't take our advice about finances. And then, of course, listen to experts about all medicine. Don't listen to the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Listen to your Dr. Bill Gates. Of course, we're not giving medical advice. We're not giving financial advice. No advice whatsoever. It's all hypothetical talk here on this show. And so listen to the experts that are consistently wrong about everything, and you'll be better off for it. Thank you very much.
And please make sure to send in your new conspiracy theories, because the conspiracy theorists were right about everything. We need some more.
We need new conspiracies because all of our old ones came true already. What is it? It's picking up pace here in 6 months. What's known as a conspiracy theory is now known as hardcore facts. Okay, moving on to Aardvark news to end up the show here. The showdown's tomorrow coming up. I don't even know what the time difference is, but the showdown, if old Hamas, or otherwise known as, looks like UK Aardvark intelligence officers very much, but we'll just say the radical Islamic terrorists for YouTube, the showdown's coming here. Are they going to comply with the fake ceasefire and release the hostages? Or, as Trump said, there's going to be hell to pay. And then Trump said, well, it's not my country, which is true, but he acts like it is. Trump said, I don't know. Well, let's play this short clip about Trump. They asked him about the ceasefire, hostage exchange. And if they don't do it, if Hamas doesn't release the hostages, then there's going to be hell to pay. And so they're going to kill a bunch of more people. Let's see from Trump when asked about it today. And that's happening like pretty soon here. We're coming up on it to see what's going to happen.
Earlier this week, you predicted that all hell would break loose if Hamas didn't hand over all of their hostages. What do you expect to happen tomorrow in terms of Gaza?
I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow at 12 o'clock. It was up to me. I'd take a very hard stance. I can't tell you what Israel's going to do. But I watched the last people come out, and I looked at a before and an after picture. One guy was a big, strong, healthy guy. Could say he was a little bit overweight. He's not overweight anymore. He looks like he just came out of the Holocaust. It looks like a Holocaust picture. I've looked at him for a long time, and they've been treated very badly. A young lady came out last week. Her hand was blown off. I mean, literally, her hand was trying to stop a bullet that was headed for her face. She put up her hand. She goes like this and wiped out her fingers and a lot of her hand. Now, I would take a different stance, but it depends. Look, it depends what Bibi's going to do. It depends what Israel's going to do. But and now I understand they've totally changed. Hamas has totally changed. They want to release hostages now again. But you have to see, this started by them saying, we're not going to release the hostages as we said we were. I said, good. You have till 12 o'clock on Saturday, which is tomorrow at 12 o'clock to do it. And we didn't hear anything. Then all of a sudden, 2 days ago, they said, no, we've decided we're going to release the hostages. So, but I actually think they should release all of the hostages. Remember, they're probably as bad as they looked. I mean, I don't like to say that, but they look real bad 4 days ago, 5 days ago when I saw them. And the young ladies that came out were treated really badly. You don't know what happened, but I do. They were treated really badly. But as bad as they look, the ones that follow probably will look a lot worse. I think they're sending out their most healthy. And they've been hit hard on that, Hamas. So they probably didn't want to release. But they changed their mind. I said 12 o'clock tomorrow, and all of a sudden 2 days ago, yesterday, they said they're going back to releasing. But this all started by them saying, we are not going to release any more hostages. And then yesterday they said they are going to release the hostages.
So anyway, that's where we're at in the whole saga of the fake ceasefire, where they're still killing people. And Denver says, is he saying the released hostages of Hamas are treated worse than the 1,000 times more? Yeah, he's saying they're treated worse than the Aardvark prisoners. I'd say both sides are probably treated pretty bad. And so it can't, it's like, they're hostages and they're not being treated well on both sides. And so it's all a horrific situation there.
Maybe we can make them healthier by giving them some impossible burgers. And let's go to what the experts have to say about our health. After the Weaponized News broadcast, I'm going to go get me some natural burgers. But here we've got from the experts, trust the experts, from the Mail Online says that the vegan Impossible Burgers increase risk of diabetes and heart problems in a new study. So they have found that you're better off with real meat rather than Bill Gates's fake meat, as if you didn't know that already.
You can't give dietary advice. We're not giving dietary advice. Eat the bugs and follow Bill Gates' advice, please. It's all for it's all for the greater good. Okay, here we'll end this. What was the government declassification? I forget even their stupid name of their task force. Supposedly they're going to declassify RFK, JFK, MLK, UFOs, Bigfoot, everything that you ever wanted to know. They're going to declassify it. But are they going to talk about aardvark involvement in JFK assassination? And are we ever going to get a foreign agent label on AIPAC? Let's watch this short video, and because these are serious questions that need to be asked. And how can AIPAC just run around, go to their X account every day? They're like, look, we paid this congressman, and he says how great we are. It's just like any other country did this, and there'd be hell to pay. But aardvarks get a free pass for some strange reason. Let's watch this short clip about aardvarks' involvement in JFK assassination.
No, there's no AIPAC organization in Cambodia. If there was,
well, there needs to be.
If there was this kind of thing, I mean, they would all be, Cambodia would be at the top of the list for most corrupt countries in the world. But this is done in America, and America's right, a glowing example of anti-corruption.
You can't. Seems like
another
coincidence. Yeah, it's just all part of hating aardvarks, honestly. I mean, Kennedy's a big aardvark hater. So we're going to keep our eye on this hostage release situation. You can't believe anything they say. For all we know, they'll release them and say they didn't, or they'll kill them themselves. The Hannibal doctrine, as we've seen, they'll literally kill their own hostages and say, well, we had to, or they were going to become hostages. And so it's just like if you release these hostages and you go kidnap some more hostages. So like, and the ceasefire that wasn't, they're killing the hell out of people in Lebanon. They're killing the hell out of people in the West Bank still. Maybe not at the same rate they were, but they're still killing people.
And I'll ask everybody to make a post on your social media to free Pavel Durov, the CEO of Telegram, the maker of Telegram. He's a hostage of France, the criminal Macron administration. Macron, is a groomed child of this pedophile sex ring with his transgender husband, which they were both groomed into this. And that's all been exposed by many investigative journalists in France, and then passing this all to Candace Owen so this could be shared in America. They criminally kidnapped Pavel Durov, a foreign citizen that has nothing to do with France in any regard. He goes there for a crypto conference. They stole him and made him hand over, they extorted him, made him hand over $6 million in cash and have him kidnapped. He's not allowed to leave the country until his trial in March, and he could be sentenced for 10 years or plus in prison for just simply making his own app in his own country, never been to France before, just doing his own free speech rights. And he happens to go there, and they kidnap him and arrest him and seize him and make him a hostage. So hopefully everybody will post some support, maybe to the Trump administration, to do something about this wild situation against Pavel Durov, and then also the pardoning of Assange, which still needs to happen.
And Snowden needs to be, and all these Roger Ver, all these Liberty. There's a bunch of other guys. I can't remember all their names, but what's the name? Aaron Day covers it constantly about the crypto Liberty guys. That there's a whole bunch of them facing all kind of arrests and just tyranny against them for opposing the powers that be, the status quo current system. Just to give everybody the official numbers from Reuters here now, right? Say that there's been 48,000 Palestinians killed since October 7th, the worst attack in the history of the world. And then there's been 12,000 aardvarks killed and 250 aardvark hostages taken. And those are the official numbers according to Reuters. So you could see a vast, but it's bad that anybody's being killed, even aardvarks. And so they need to end that war. I don't know if the ethnic cleansing program that Trump is proposing, I think that's just going to cause it to go on more. I don't see them leaving their land there like that, but we will have to see. Something has to be done. The two-state solution, dare I say, but aardvarks won't go.
We're taking it now. It's going to be American number 2 now, apparently, right?
Hell, maybe they can go to that Sharia law epic city there in Texas. Maybe that's why they're building that. People are asking, can they go ahead and buy a timeshare there? Well, yeah, they put up the number on the screen. You could, if you want to be part of a Sharia law community in Texas.
If you want to put $30,000 of earnest money down, it's only available for a certain time, right? You got to get in while it's hot.
That's what they said. Okay, one last comment about the energy. They say Alex Jones, Pumpkinhead, said that Trump was going to release 0 point energy. I don't know if I ever heard him say that, but I will take your word there, Huffman. What do you think about 0 point energy the first time around, allegedly? Sounds like a Q kind of BS thing. What about 0 point energy there, Thomas?
They're never going to release even one of the over 4,000 seized energy technologies. They're not even releasing any of the 6,427 seized technology innovators on public record at the USPTO, which is run by a foreign company, right? A defense military industrial contractor company of the British Crown, which is Serco, that runs all of the patent offices across the British Commonwealth. They're not going to release anything. And Trump is a aardvark hegemonist. He wants this supremacy. He wants this power advantage that the Western countries have. He's not going to give that up. He's not going to open this up. That's complete bullshit. He's never said anything like that. If Alex Jones, I haven't heard Alex Jones say that he'll release this, but he's not going to do that. Alex Jones knows that Trump will never release that and give up the strategic advantage that America has. You think Trump is going to do that? There's no way in hell he's going to do that. It's never going to happen. So that's a load of crap. Yeah, Alex Jones was saying all kinds of bullshit, and he had all kinds of people on the show that were saying all kinds of bullshit as well. And that's changed a little bit, but he still has everybody on the show, and half of the guests are, CIA cover front people. And I still remember when Alex Jones was on the show and screaming that he is Jewish, and then he has all of these new narrative media, new Jews on his show at record rate right now, all of them covering up this Memorandum 200 program of Henry Kissinger, and all of that was. I won't go into it because we'll be deleted, but that's a very important thing for everybody to look into Memorandum 200.
Was Denver say the guy trying to challenge CBDCs with his own stablecoin died in a chopper accident in Nigeria?
I haven't heard of that yet. Of course, Patrick Byrne, a famous Patrick Byrne of Overstock.com, and that was exposing the Clinton bribery scandal, where Hillary Clinton was paid like $16 million or something in this he was supposedly working for the FBI to sting Hillary Clinton. He claims that he successfully stung her in a bribery, and he was talking about that all over independent media, but the mainstream media refused to show him. He funded a bunch of CBDC startups, including Ripple, which is supposed to be doing this. It's so strange how all of the conservatives have been subverted to support Ripple, and Ripple is the central bankers token. They literally
XPR, right? XPR,
XRP. They're
XRP,
working
whatever.
together, hand in hand with these central bankers, and that's the number one customer, the central bankers, and the number one prospect to become the CBDC 666 demonetization crypto. And you have conservatives supporting that, buying that, and usually I hear from them when I confront them. They will say, well, we're all doing it for our own selfish reasons. So they admit that they're prostitutes. They admit that they've sold themselves, and they're fine to do it, which is really quite disgusting. And you're a pathetic sleazeball sellout if you're actually doing that. And you don't care about your country. Don't lie that you're supposedly a patriot when you're literally buying that token, helping to finance these criminals that are going to enslave humanity. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, Ripple is the CBDC, and it was going to be BSV also. They had two going, Ripple and BSV. Fortunately, that this intelligence agency scammer, Craig Wright, was exposed as a fraud, so that now that has collapsed, and nobody has any trust in that one anymore. But Ripple's the next one to fall. Don't support it. Don't let anybody else support it. Support everything else. There's tons of merit-based projects. Somebody was talking about real-world asset projects. They're now coming onto the blockchain. I'm going to put my startup, Alpha Omega Energy, onto a real-world asset token. So we make breakthrough energy generators that make electricity, and then we're building a data center. We're going to mine Bitcoin with that, and we're going to put our entire company and our shares onto that in the future. So we've got a couple stages of raising to do for that in order to achieve that legally by the SEC regulation. So if anybody wants to make a very smart investment, I need to find an angel investor for some of the last total of $25,000 to finish a generator big enough to power 2 Bitcoin miners and make a token and show this to the world.
Oh, Thomas, sorry to interrupt you there, but we have people are asking about Barry Dutton, our unpaid co-producer behind the scenes. He did email me, and he said he's going through some emotional problems with his female, and he said he's struggling emotionally today, and some friends are taking him out, and he figured he should let us know. And so thank you. That's what's going on with Barry there for those concerned. He's struggling here on Valentine's Day. So we're praying for Barry. Anyway, to let everybody know that he does appear to be okay, but he's taken today off. And anyway, that's what's going on with Barry. Okay, Thomas, I think we're going to wrap it up. Let me go to the channels. It looks like people are taking off today for Valentine's Day, which I don't blame them.
God bless Barry.
Let's see. It was a woman, not a female. Red pillars used the word female. My wife told me. Sorry, it was his woman who broke his heart. And so he's out there trying to take his mind off of his broken heart. And so we do understand, Barry, and we hope to see you back here on Monday. Shout out to, let me go to the chats here. Not many chats, but it is a Friday and Valentine's Day. So over here on the Odyssey, Bob was with us earlier a little bit. Thank you, Bob, for doing a little bit of chat there. Gunther on the Rumble, and yeah, no Karen, I don't know. Karen's out partying it up with her boyfriend, I don't know. And Carrie too, maybe. But thank you, Gunther. Let's see if there's any what does he say? Democracy is precious democracy. No mention about the money buying elections. And then in the wars, end chemtrails first. Well, that is another war that they're waging on us for sure. There, Gunther. Thank you for tuning in on the Rumble. The Rockfin. Let's see, Rockfin. Who do we got? We got Turin, Trav, Turin, Trav, Denver. Denver came over to the chat on YouTube. Gene, let's see. Only 3 countries whose population is over 1 billion: China, India, and Indonesia. Anglo-Saxon countries represent about 15% of the world's population. They're obsessed with dominating, so they're killing. Yeah, that's the Malthusian philosophy, isn't it? What else do we got there?
They're blaming Anglo-Saxons for some strange reason. I think Henry Kissinger is not an Anglo-Saxon.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Close enough, Thomas. He's a good Englishman.
Newland and Kagan and the right former Secretary of State are not
Blinken.
Blinken are not Anglo-Saxons, folks. I'm sorry.
Well, as we've reported here, they're puppets of the Anglo-American Venetian establishment. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. But they are evil indeed, and will do genocide for fun, apparently, as policy. Not even, it is official state policy, Memorandum 200. So,
Melissa Fleming, who's running all of that under the Project Halo, and the UN, who's running the UN disinformation centers, is not an Anglo-Saxon. All of those people are aardvarks, folks. You better get your genocidalists right.
Seems like Ezek still has some sort of control over him. Well, I think he just has a broken heart dealing with that, as we've all gone through before. So we're wishing Barry the best. Turin.
Maybe Barry was dangerous to her democracy.
Potentially. So shout out to everybody on, what does it say? United Cults of Hysteria. Hank Kissinger works for the Anglos. Indeed, he does. But they have no problem putting their face on genocide. So you would think they would have some moral objection to it, but they seem to love it. Okay, thank you for tuning in on the Rock Fan. The BitChute, again, someday, some way, please email your BitChute and tell them to give us a live chat feature. But thank you. I do get your email. What did somebody else say? It's like the same old thing. Everybody always says it's the aardvarks. I'm like, yeah, on the face, but you got to understand the Anglo-American Venetian establishment behind the scenes in the shadows is the power structure behind the public face. It's obvious. Oh yeah, there's aardvarks genociding. Yeah, everybody, the whole world can see that. But don't you think, if we think about it a little bit more, that they are scapegoating the aardvarks, even though we do know they are evil, doing evil stuff? And so I think we've documented on here the history behind it, showing that they are willful tools to carry out genocide. And so we should blame them. Of course, that's self-evident at this point. But let's dig a little bit deeper about who's sitting really on top of that pyramid. What are they saying here? Anne Luna.
Representative Anna Paula Luna changed her last name. This is the stripper. So, I mean,
I don't think she was a stripper. I think she was just a bikini model.
I mean, how could we have a Congress without a bunch of bar whores and strippers working in there, like AOC and Luna, and there was the other one just recently as well that was caught on the video in the
Bobert.
Bobert or Bobbert or whatever, with all of their fake last names, or Screen Actors Guild and intelligence agency last names, and so on, like this.
Well, Thomas, think of it. All the agencies are taking the heat. USAID, EPA, all the agencies, rightfully so. It's like the same thing as the aardvarks. They take all the heat up front, but who appropriated the funds to these agencies? The Congress. Who's responsible for oversight of the funding? The Congress. They're not taking any heat, right? And so the agencies take all the heat, the aardvarks take all the heat, and then the real responsible parties sit back and just laugh at everybody in everybody's face as all this mayhem goes on. This is what we see the continuing theme here. And so we need to dig a little bit deeper. And yeah, of course, call out the evil that's right there, self-evident for everybody to see. But then we need to go, wait a minute. It's not that easy to say, I hate the aardvarks. I hate the freaking USAID. It's deeper than that.
Yeah,
okay?
There's a number of these. Every country you could say has their supremacists, no question about it. You have the Han Chinese, which through the battle of the 54 different tribes of China, and then there's the three main ones, right? The romance of the three kingdoms and the big castles and fortresses of Wuhan, and the Han won that battle. And the changes in the dynasties, and they're in control right now, and they're supremacists, and they're good, right? Some have said that they're genociding all of the others, and in partnership with the Bolshevik Jews of Russia who propped up and financed Mao and so on. And communism, everybody needs to know, is not a Chinese ideology. It's not Chinese history. It's not a Chinese political ideology. This was imported to them and financed and built for them in partnership with the Rockefellers and Rothschilds and previous people, and then the Kissingers and so on.
Same routine that we continue to see. They say still following the Club of Rome's plan to the letter. Indeed, they are. Okay. That's all we got for tonight, Thomas. We'll see you back here on Tuesday.
Tune into Weaponized News, everybody. Support Sam Chaney and your real source of independent journalism. Go to the website, weaponizednews.com. Buy some of these awesome stickers.
Ruckus can't because we're blocked.
Great to put
his internet service provider's blocking us.
Put it on your phone. Put it on your computer. Put it on your car. Put it on your hat. You can stick them everywhere. They're awesome, man. Nexus
put it on his guitar, and he did send me a picture. He was the guy that thank you for informing him about the old remdesivir. Run death is near, the greatest medicine ever bestowed upon us. But
and if people want some cool news on the Club of Rome, they talk like they care about climate change and all of this. I literally solicited the Club of Rome, right? People would say, you risked your life. I solicited them about my breakthrough energy technology, and they don't care about this at all. So how revealing, right?
Indeed. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in on the X, the YouTube, of course, the lively chat, as always. Again, we're not giving financial advice, medical advice. Listen to your experts, of course. This is a hypothetically speaking show, and so but we did cover a lot of hard news today about the goings on. I don't know how they could keep up the censorship when it's in the mainstream headlines about what goes on, but we're not going to take our chances here as we're almost monetized on the YouTube for whatever that's worth. But to close out the show on this Friday, we still have the last part of Money Masters documentary. An hour and a half left here for those interested. I'm going to play it out with that. Thomas, thank you again for joining us on this Friday edition, and we'll see you back here next Tuesday. Here's Money Masters, the last hour and a half to wrap up this Friday. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone out there. The Money Masters, history of fractional reserve banking, monetary policy, and taxes, of course, with Bill Still, originally broadcast in 1996. Very well worth watching, giving us a long history about the money masters, the money changers, still in charge of the Western financial system. And we'll see you back here on oh yeah, Ruckus. I almost forgot. Ruckus will be joining us on Monday, and so look forward to having Ruckus join us, and we'll plug all of his stuff and hopefully sync up and network. Isn't that what we're supposed to do here? And thank you for sharing. Like Like we have 11,000 whatever followers on X. We got like one guy, Ruckus, and then Thomas. Because share the show link. So what do you know, man? You know what I mean? It's like ridiculous. But thank you, Ruckus, for your efforts there. As I'm sure he's shadow banned as well as we all are. Anybody that even attempts to challenge the brain chip narrative. And by the way, take your brain chip. It's for your health. Okay, to take us out here. And yeah, here's the end of Money Masters, last hour and a half. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. As always, everybody do your own research. Peace, love, and liberty. Speak out and take action. We'll see you back here on Monday.
Governors appointed by the president and approved by the Senate. But all the bankers had to do was to be sure their men got appointed to the Board of Governors. That wasn't hard. Bankers have money, and money buys influence over politicians. Once the participants left Jekyll Island, the public relations blitz was on. The big New York banks put together an educational fund of $5 million to finance professors at respected universities to endorse the new bank. Woodrow Wilson at Princeton was one of the first to jump on the bandwagon. But the bankers' subterfuge didn't work. The Aldrich bill was quickly identified as the bankers' bill, a bill to benefit only what became known as the money trust. As Congressman Lindbergh put it during the congressional debate,
the Aldrich plan is the Wall Street plan. It means another panic, if necessary, to intimidate the people. Aldrich, paid by the government to represent the people, proposes a plan for the trusts instead.
Seeing they didn't have the votes to win in Congress, the Republican leadership never brought the Aldrich bill to a vote. The bankers quietly decided to move to track 2, the Democratic alternative. They began financing Woodrow Wilson as the Democratic nominee. As respected historian James Perloff put it, Wall Street financier Bernard Baruch was put in charge of Wilson's education.
Baruch brought Wilson to the Democratic Party headquarters in New York in 1912, leading him like one would a poodle on a string. Wilson received an indoctrination course from the leaders convened there.
So now the stage was set. The money changers were poised to install their privately owned central bank once again. The damage President Andrew Jackson had done 76 years earlier had been only partly repaired with the passage of the National Bank Act during the Civil War. Since then, the battle had raged on across the decades. The Jacksonians became the greenbackers, who became the hardcore supporters of William Jennings Bryan. With Bryan leading the charge, these opponents of the money changers, ignorant of Baruch's tutelage, now threw themselves behind Democrat Woodrow Wilson. They and Bryan would soon be betrayed. During the presidential campaign, the Democrats were careful to pretend to oppose the Aldrich bill. As Representative Lewis McFadden, himself a Democrat, as well as chairman of the House Banking and Currency Committee, explained it 20 years after the fact.
The Aldrich bill was condemned in the platform. When Woodrow Wilson was nominated, the men who ruled the Democratic Party promised the people that if they were returned to power, there would be no central bank established here while they held the reins of government. 13 months later, that promise was broken, and the Wilson administration, under the tutelage of those sinister Wall Street figures who stood behind Colonel House, established here in our free country the worm-eaten, monarchical institution of the King's Bank, to control us from the top downward and to shackle us from the cradle to the grave.
Once Wilson was elected, Morgan, Warburg, Baruch, and company advanced a new plan, which Warburg named the Federal Reserve System. The Democratic leadership hailed the new bill, called the Glass-Owen bill, as something radically different from the Aldrich bill. But in fact, the bill was virtually identical in every important detail. In fact, so vehement were the Democratic denials of similarity that Paul Warburg, the father of both bills, had to step in to reassure his paid friends in Congress that the two bills were virtually identical.
Brushing aside the external differences affecting the shells, we find the kernels of the two systems very closely resembling and related to one another.
But that admission was for private consumption only. Publicly, the money trust trotted out Senator Aldrich and Frank Vanderlip, the president of Rockefeller's National City Bank of New York and one of the Jekyll Island Seven, to oppose the new Federal Reserve System. Years later, however, Vanderlip admitted in the Saturday Evening Post that the two measures were virtually identical.
Although the Aldrich Federal Reserve Plan was defeated when it bore the name Aldrich, nevertheless, its essential points were all contained in the plan that finally was adopted.
As Congress neared a vote, they called Ohio attorney Alfred Crozier to testify. Crozier noted the similarities between the Aldrich bill and the Glass-Owen bill.
The bill grants just what Wall Street and the big banks for 25 years have been striving for: private instead of public control of currency. It, the Glass-Owen bill, does this as completely as the Aldrich bill. Both measures rob the government and the people of all effective control over the public's money, and vest in the banks exclusively the dangerous power to make money among the people scarce or plenty.
During the debate on the measure, senators complained that the big banks were using their financial muscle to influence the outcome. "There are bankers in this country who are enemies of the public welfare," said one senator. What an understatement. Despite the charges of deceit and corruption, the bill was finally snuck through the Senate on December 22, 1913, after most senators had left town for the holidays, after having been assured by the leadership that nothing would be done until long after the Christmas recess. On the day the bill was passed, Congressman Lindbergh prophetically warned his countrymen that
this act establishes the most gigantic trust on earth. When the president signs this bill, the invisible government by the monetary power will be legalized. The people may not know it immediately, but the day of reckoning is only a few years removed. The worst legislative crime of the ages is perpetrated by this banking bill.
On top of all this, only weeks earlier, Congress had finally passed a bill legalizing income tax. Why was the income tax law important? Because bankers finally had in place a system which would run up a virtually unlimited federal debt. How would the interest on this debt be repaid? Never mind the principal. Remember, a privately owned central bank creates the principal out of nothing. The federal government was small then. Up to then, it had subsisted merely on tariffs and excise taxes. No, just as with the Bank of England, the interest payments had to be guaranteed by direct taxation of the people. The money changers knew that if they had to rely on contributions from the states, eventually the individual state legislatures would revolt and either refuse to pay the interest on their own money or at least bring political pressure to bear to keep the debt small. It is interesting to note that in 1895, the Supreme Court had found a similar income tax law to be unconstitutional. The Supreme Court even found a corporate income tax law unconstitutional in 1909. As a result, Senator Aldrich hustled a bill for a constitutional amendment allowing income tax through the Congress. The proposed 16th Amendment to the Constitution was then sent to the state legislatures for approval. But some critics claim that the 16th Amendment was never ratified by the necessary 3/4 of the states. In other words, the 16th Amendment may not be legal. But the money changers were in no mood to debate the fine points. By October of 1913, Senator Aldrich had hustled the income tax bill through Congress. Without the power to tax the people directly and bypass the states, the Federal Reserve Bill would be far less useful to those who wanted to drive America deeply into their debt. A year after the passage of the Federal Reserve Bill, Congressman Lindbergh explained how the Fed created what we have come to call the business cycle and how they use it to their advantage.
to cause high prices, all the Federal Reserve Board will do will be to lower the rediscount rate, producing an expansion of credit and a rising stock market. Then, when businessmen are adjusted to these conditions, it can check prosperity in mid-career by arbitrarily raising the rate of interest. It can cause the pendulum of a rising and falling market to swing gently back and forth by slight changes in the discount rate, or cause violent fluctuations by a greater rate variation. And in either case, it will possess inside information as to financial conditions and advanced knowledge of the coming change, either up or down. This is the strangest, most dangerous advantage ever placed in the hands of a special privileged class by any government that ever existed. The system is private, conducted for the sole purpose of obtaining the greatest possible profits from the use of other people's money. They know in advance when to create panics to their advantage. They also know when to stop panic. Inflation and deflation work equally well for them when they control finance.
Congressman Lindbergh was correct on all points. What he didn't realize was that most European nations had already fallen prey to the central bankers decades or centuries earlier. But he also mentions the interesting fact that only 1 year later, the Fed had cornered the market in gold. This is how he put it, quote, "Already, the Federal Reserve banks have cornered the gold and gold certificates," close quote. But Congressman Lindbergh was not the only critic of the Fed. Congressman Lewis McFadden, the chairman of the House Banking and Currency Committee from 1920 to 1931, remarked that the Federal Reserve Act brought about
a superstate controlled by international bankers and international industrialists acting together to enslave the world for their own pleasure.
Notice how McFadden saw the international character of the stockholders of the Federal Reserve. Another chairman of the House Banking and Currency Committee in the 1960s, Wright Patman from Texas, put it this way.
In the United States today, we have in effect two governments. We have the duly constituted government, then we have an independent, uncontrolled, and uncoordinated government in the Federal Reserve System, operating the money powers which are reserved to Congress by the Constitution.
Even the inventor of the electric light, Thomas Edison, joined the fray in criticizing the system of the Federal Reserve.
If our nation can issue a dollar bond, it can issue a dollar bill. The element that makes the bond good makes the bill good also. The difference between the bond and the bill is the bond lets money brokers collect twice the amount of the bond and an additional 20%, whereas the currency pays nobody but those who contribute directly in some useful way. It is absurd to say that our country can issue $30 million in bonds and not $30 million in currency. Both are promises to pay, but one promise fattens the usurers and the other helps the people.
3 years after the passage of the Federal Reserve Act, even President Wilson began to have second thoughts about what had been unleashed during his first term in office.
We have come to be one of the worst ruled, one of the most completely controlled governments in the civilized world, no longer a government of free opinion, no longer a government by a vote of the majority, but a government by the opinion and duress of a small group of dominant men. Some of the biggest men in the United States in the field of commerce and manufacture are afraid of something. They know that there is a power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive, that they had better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it.
Before his death in 1924, President Wilson realized the full extent of the damage he had done to America when he confessed, "I have unwittingly ruined my government." So finally, the money changers, those who profit by manipulating the amount of money in circulation, had their privately owned central bank installed again in America. The major newspapers, which they also owned, hailed passage of the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, telling the public that now depressions could be scientifically prevented. The fact of the matter was that now depressions could be scientifically created. Power was now centralized to a tremendous extent. Now it was time for a war, a really big war. In fact, the First World War. Of course, to the central bankers, the political issues of war don't matter nearly as much as the profit potential, and nothing creates debts like warfare. England was the best example at that time. During the 119-year period between the founding of the Bank of England and Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo, England had been at war for 56 years, and much of the remaining time she'd been preparing for war. In World War I, the German Rothschilds loaned money to the Germans, the British Rothschilds loaned money to the British, and the French Rothschilds loaned money to the French. In America, J.P. Morgan was the sales agent for war materials to both the British and the French. In fact, 6 months into the war, Morgan became the largest consumer on earth, spending $10 million a day. His offices here at 23 Wall Street were mobbed by brokers and salesmen trying to cut a deal. In fact, it got so bad that the bank had to post guards at every door and at the partners' homes as well. Many other New York bankers made out as well from the war. President Wilson appointed Bernard Baruch to head the War Industries Board. According to historian James Perloff, both Baruch and the Rockefellers profited by some $200 million during the war. But profits were not the only motive. There was also revenge. The money changers never forgave the czars for their support of Lincoln during the Civil War. Also, Russia was the last major European nation to refuse to give in to the privately owned central bank scheme. 3 years after World War I broke out, the Russian Revolution toppled the Tsar and installed the scourge of communism. Jacob Schiff of Kuhn Loeb and Company bragged from his deathbed that he had spent $20 million towards the defeat of the Tsar. Money was funneled from England to support the revolution as well. Why would some of the richest men in the world financially back communism, the system that was openly vowing to destroy the so-called capitalism that made them wealthy? Researcher Gary Allen explained it this way.
If one understands that socialism is not a share the wealth program, but is in reality a method to consolidate and control the wealth, then the seeming paradox of super-rich men promoting socialism becomes no paradox at all. Instead, it becomes logical, even the perfect tool of power-seeking megalomaniacs. Communism, or more accurately socialism, is not a movement of the downtrodden masses, but of the economic elite.
As W. Cleon Skousen put it in his 1970 book, The Naked Capitalist,
power from any source tends to create an appetite for additional power. It was almost inevitable that the super-rich would one day aspire to control not only their own wealth, but the wealth of the whole world. To achieve this, they were perfectly willing to feed the ambitions of the power-hungry political conspirators who were committed to the overthrow of all existing governments and the establishments of a central worldwide dictatorship.
but what if these revolutionaries get out of control and try to seize power from the super-rich? After all, it was Mao Zedong who in 1938 stated his position concerning power. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. The Wall Street, London axis elected to take the risk. The master planners attempted to control revolutionary communist groups by feeding them vast quantities of money when they obeyed, and contracting their money supply, or even financing their opposition if they got out of control. Lenin began to understand that although he was the absolute dictator of the new Soviet Union, he was not pulling the financial strings. Someone else was silently in control.
The state does not function as we desired. The car does not obey. A man is at the wheel and seems to lead it But the car does not drive in the desired direction. It moves as another force wishes.
Who is behind it? Representative Louis T. McFadden, the chairman of the House Banking and Currency Committee throughout the 1920s and into the Great Depression years of the 1930s, explained it this way.
The course of Russian history has indeed been greatly affected by the operations of international bankers. The Soviet government has been given United States Treasury funds by the Federal Reserve Board, acting through the Chase Bank. England has drawn money from us through the Federal Reserve banks and has relent it at high rates of interest to the Soviet government. The Dnipro Dam was built with funds unlawfully taken from the United States Treasury by the corrupt and dishonest Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve banks.
In other words, the Fed and the Bank of England, at the behest of the international bankers who controlled them, were creating a monster, one which would fuel 7 decades of unprecedented communist revolution, warfare, and most importantly, debt. In case you think there's some chance that the money changers got communism going and then lost control, in 1992, the Washington Times reported that Russian President Boris Yeltsin was upset that most of the incoming foreign aid was being siphoned off, quote, straight back into the coffers of Western banks in debt service, close quote. No one in his right mind would claim that a war as large as World War I had a single cause. Wars are complex things with many causative factors. But on the other hand, it would also be equally foolish to ignore as a prime cause of World War I those who would profit the most from the war. The role of the money changers is no wild conspiracy theory. They had a motive, a short-ranged, self-serving motive, as well as a long-range political motive of advancing totalitarian governments, with the money changers maintaining the financial clout to control whatever politician might emerge as the leader. Next, we'll see what the money changers' ultimate political goal is for the world. Shortly after World War I, the overall political agenda of the money changers began to be clear. Now that they controlled national economies individually, the next step was the ultimate form of consolidation, world government. The new world government proposal was given top priority at the Paris Peace Conference after World War I. It was called the League of Nations, but much to the surprise of Paul Warburg and Bernard Baruch, who attended the peace conference with President Wilson, the world was not yet ready to dissolve national boundaries. Nationalism still beats strong in the human breast. For example, Lord Curzon, the British Foreign Secretary, called the League of Nations a good joke, even though it was the stated policy of the British government to support it. To the humiliation of President Wilson, the U.S. Congress wouldn't ratify the League either. Despite the fact that it had been ratified by many other nations, without money flowing from the U.S. Treasury, the League died. After World War I, the American public had grown tired of the internationalist policies of Democrat Woodrow Wilson. In the presidential election of 1920, Republican Warren Harding won a landslide victory with over 60% of the vote. Harding was an ardent foe of both Bolshevism and the League of Nations. His election, which opened a 12-year run of Republican presidents in the White House, led to an unprecedented era of prosperity known as the Roaring Twenties. Despite the fact that the war had brought America a debt 10 times larger than its Civil War debt, still the American economy surged. Gold had poured into the country during the war, and it continued to do so afterwards. In the early 1920s, the governor of this bank, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, a man named Benjamin Strong, met frequently with the secretive and eccentric governor of the Bank of England, Montague Norman. Norman was determined to replace the gold England had lost to the U.S. during World War I and return the Bank of England to its former position of dominance in world finance. On top of that, rich with gold, the American economy might get out of control again, just like it had done after the Civil War. During the next 8 years, under the presidencies of Harding and Coolidge, the huge federal debt built up during World War I was cut by 38%, down to $16 billion, the greatest percentage drop in U.S. history. During the election of 1920, Warren Harding and Calvin Coolidge ran against James Cox, the governor of Ohio, and the little-known Franklin D. Roosevelt, who had previously risen to no higher post than President Wilson's Assistant Secretary of the Navy. After his inauguration, Harding moved quickly to formally kill the League of Nations. Then he quickly moved to reduce domestic taxes while raising tariffs to record heights. Now, this was a revenue policy of which most of the Founding Fathers would certainly have approved. His second year in office, Harding took ill on a train trip in the West and suddenly died. Although no autopsy was performed, the cause was said to be either pneumonia or food poisoning. When Coolidge took over, he continued Harding's domestic economic policy of high tariffs on imports while cutting income taxes. As a result, the economy grew at such a rate that net revenue still increased. Now that had to be stopped. So just as they'd done so frequently before, the money changers decided it was time to crash the American economy. The Federal Reserve began flooding the country with money. They increased the money supply by 62% during these years. Money was plentiful. This is why it was known as the Roaring Twenties. Before his death in 1919, former President Teddy Roosevelt warned the American people what was going on. As reported in the March 27, 1922 edition of the New York Times, Roosevelt said, "These international bankers and Rockefeller Standard Oil interests control the majority of newspapers and the columns of these papers to club into submission or drive out of public office officials who refuse to do the bidding of the powerful, corrupt cliques which compose the invisible government." Just one day before, in the New York Times, the mayor of New York, John Hylan, quoted Roosevelt and blasted those he saw as taking control of America, its political machinery, and its press. The warning of Theodore Roosevelt has much timeliness today, for the real menace of our republic is this invisible government which, like a giant octopus, sprawls its slimy length over city, state, and nation. It seizes in its long and powerful tentacles our executive officers, our legislative bodies, our schools, our courts, our newspapers, and every agency created for the public protection. To depart from mere generalizations, let me say that at the head of this octopus are the Rockefeller Standard Oil interest and a small group of powerful banking houses generally referred to as the international bankers. The little coterie of powerful international bankers virtually run the United States government for their own selfish purposes. They practically control both parties, write political platforms, make cat's paws of party leaders, use the leading men of private organizations, and resort to every device to place in nomination for high public office only such candidates as will be amenable to the dictates of corrupt big business. These international bankers and Rockefeller Standard Oil interests control the majority of newspapers and magazines in this country. Why didn't people listen to such strong warnings and demand that Congress reverse its 1913 passage of the Federal Reserve Act? Because remember, it was the 1920s. A steady increase in bank loans contributed to a rising market. In other words, just as it is today, in times of prosperity, no one wants to worry about economic issues. But there was a dark side to all this prosperity. Businesses expanded and became strung out on credit. Speculation in the booming stock market became rampant. Although everything looked rosy, it was a castle made of sand. When all was in readiness, in April of 1929, Paul Warburg, the father of the Federal Reserve, sent out a secret advisory warning his friends that a collapse and nationwide depression was certain. In August of 1929, the Fed began to tighten money. It is not a coincidence that the biographies of all the Wall Street giants of that era, John D. Rockefeller, J.P. Morgan, Bernard Baruch, etc., all marvel that they got out of the stock market just before the crash and put all their assets in cash or gold. On October 24th, 1929, the big New York bankers called in their 24-hour broker call loans. This meant that both stockbrokers and customers had to dump their stocks on the market to cover their loans, no matter what price they had to sell them for. As a result, the market tumbled, and that day was known as Black Thursday. According to John Kenneth Galbraith, writing in The Great Crash, 1929, at the height of the selling frenzy, Bernard Baruch brought Winston Churchill into the visitors' gallery of the New York Stock Exchange here to witness the panic and impress him with his power over the wild events down on the floor. Congressman Louis McFadden, chairman of the House Committee on Banking and Currency from 1920 to 1931, knew who to blame. He accused the Fed and the international bankers of orchestrating the crash.
It was not accidental. It was a carefully contrived occurrence. The international bankers sought to bring about a condition of despair here so that they might emerge as rulers of us all.
But McFadden went even farther. He openly accused them of causing the crash in order to steal America's gold. In February 1931, in the midst of the Depression, he put it this way.
I think it can hardly be disputed that the statesmen and financiers of Europe are ready to take almost any means to reacquire rapidly the gold stock which Europe lost to America as the result of World War I.
Curtis Dahl, a broker for Lehman Brothers, was on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange the day of the crash. In his 1970 book, FDR, My Exploited Father-in-Law, he explained that the crash was triggered by the planned sudden shortage of call money in the New York money market.
Actually, it was the calculated shearing of the public by the world money powers triggered by the planned sudden shortage of call money in the New York money market.
Within a few weeks, $3 billion of wealth simply seemed to vanish. Within a year, $40 billion had been lost. But did it really disappear? Or was it simply consolidated in fewer hands? And what did the Federal Reserve do? Instead of moving to help the economy out by quickly lowering interest rates to stimulate the economy, the Fed continued to brutally contract the money supply further, deepening the Depression. Between 1929 and 1933, the Fed reduced the money supply by an additional 33%. Although most Americans have never heard that the Fed was the cause of the Depression, this is well known among top economists. Milton Friedman, the Nobel Prize-winning economist now of Stanford University, said the same thing in a National Public Radio interview in January of 1996. The Federal Reserve definitely caused the Great Depression by contracting the amount of currency in circulation by 1/3 from 1929 to 1933. But the money lost by most Americans during the Depression didn't just vanish. It was just redistributed into the hands of those who had gotten out just before the crash and had purchased gold, which is always a safe place to put your money just before a depression. But America's money also went overseas. Incredibly, as President Hoover was heroically trying to rescue banks and prop up businesses, with millions of Americans starving as the Great Depression deepened, millions of dollars were being spent rebuilding Germany from damage sustained during World War I. 8 years before Hitler would invade Poland, Representative Louis McFadden, chairman of the House Banking and Currency Committee, warned Congress that Americans were paying for Hitler's rise to power. After World War I, Germany fell into the hands of the German international bankers. Those bankers bought her, and they now own her lock, stock, and barrel. They have purchased her industries. They have mortgages on her soil. They control her production. They control all her public utilities. The international German bankers have subsidized the present government of Germany, and they have also supplied every dollar of the money Adolf Hitler has used in his lavish campaign to build up a threat to the government of Brüning. When Brüning fails to obey the orders of the German international bankers, Hitler is brought forth to scare the Germans into submission. Through the Federal Reserve Board, over $30 billion of American money has been pumped into Germany. You have all heard of the spending that's taken place in Germany. Modernistic dwellings, her great planetariums, her gymnasiums, her swimming pools, her fine public highways, her perfect factories. All this was done on our money. All this was given to Germany through the Federal Reserve Board. The Federal Reserve Board has pumped so many billions of dollars into Germany that they dare not name the total.
Franklin D. Roosevelt was swept into office during the 1932 presidential election. Once Roosevelt was in office, however, sweeping emergency banking measures were immediately announced, which did nothing but increase the Fed's power over the money supply. Then, and only then, did the Fed finally begin to loosen the purse strings and feed new money out to the starving American people.
At first, Roosevelt railed against the money changers as being the cause of the Depression. Believe it or not, this is what he said on March 4th, 1933, in his inaugural address. Practices of the unscrupulous money changers stand indicted in the court of public opinion, rejected by the hearts and minds of men. The money changers have fled from their high seats in the temple of our civilization. But 2 days later, Roosevelt declared a bank holiday and closed all banks. Later that year, Roosevelt outlawed private ownership of all gold bullion and all gold coins with the exception of rare coins. Most of the gold in the hands of the average American was in the form of gold coins. The new decree was, in effect, a confiscation. Those who didn't comply risk as much as 10 years in prison and a $10,000 fine, the equivalent of $100,000 today.
Out in small-town America, some people didn't trust Roosevelt's order. Many were torn between keeping their hard-earned wealth or obeying the government. Those who did turn in their gold were paid the official price for it, $20.66 per ounce.
So unpopular was the confiscation order that no one anywhere in government would take credit for authoring it. No congressman claimed it. At the signing ceremony, President Roosevelt made it clear to all present that he was not the author of it and publicly stated that he had not ever read it. Even his Secretary of the Treasury said he'd never read it either, saying it was, quote, what the experts wanted. Roosevelt convinced the public to give up their gold by saying that pooling the nation's resources was necessary to get America out of the Depression. With great fanfare, he ordered a new bullion depository built to hold the mountain of gold the U.S. government was illegally confiscating. By 1936, the U.S. bullion depository at Fort Knox was completed, and in January 1937, the gold began to flow into it. The rip-off of the ages was about to proceed. In 1935, once the gold had all been turned in, the official price of gold was suddenly raised to $35 per ounce. But the catch was, only foreigners could sell their gold at the new higher price. The money changers who had heeded Warburg's note and gotten out of the stock market just before the crash and bought gold at $20.66 per ounce, then shipped it to London, could now bring it back and sell it back to the government, nearly doubling their money while the average American starved. The Fort Knox Bullion Depository sits here in the middle of the Fort Knox Military Reservation, 30 miles southwest of Louisville, Kentucky. This was as close as we were permitted to get to the depository despite years of letters from members of Congress to allow our film crew inside. The 4-acre grounds immediately surrounding the building are guarded by an electrified steel fence, an open moat, and 4 machine gun-armed guard pillboxes at the structure's corners. When the gold began arriving on January 13, 1937, there was unprecedented security. Thousands of official guests watched the arrival of a 9-car train from Philadelphia, guarded by armed soldiers, postal inspectors, Secret Servicemen, and guards from the U.S. Mint. It was all great theater. America's gold supply from across the land had been pooled, supposedly for the public benefit, and then safely tucked into Fort Knox. But all that security would soon be breached by the government itself. Now the stage was set for a really big war, one which would pile up debt far beyond that of World War I.
For example, in 1944 alone, the U.S. national income was only $183 billion, yet $103 billion was spent on the war. This was 30 times the spending rate during World War I. In fact, the American taxpayer picked up 55% of the total Allied cost of the war. But equally important, virtually every nation involved in World War II greatly multiplied their debt. In the U.S., for example, federal debt went from $43 billion in 1940 up to $257 billion in 1950, an increase of 598%. Between 1940 and 1950, Japanese debt swelled 1,348%. French debt grew 583%, and Canadian debt soared 417%.
After the war, the world was now divided into 2 economic camps: communist command economies on the one hand versus monopoly capitalists on the other, set to fight it out in one perpetual and highly profitable arms race. It was finally time for the central bankers to embark in earnest on their 3-step plan to centralize the economic systems of the entire world and finally bring about their global government or New World Order. The phases of this plan were: Step 1, central bank domination of national economies worldwide. Step 2, centralized regional economies through organizations such as the European Monetary Union and regional trade unions such as NAFTA. Step 3, centralize the world economy through a world central bank, a world money, and ending national independence through abolition of all tariffs by treaties like GATT. Step 1 was completed long ago. Steps 2 and 3 are far advanced, nearing completion. What about gold? Among central banks, the largest holder of gold is now the IMF. It and central banks now control 2/3 of the world's gold supply, giving them the ability to manipulate the gold market. Remember the money changer's golden rule: he who has the gold makes the rules. But before we get into solutions to our problem, let's take a look at what happened to all that gold in Fort Knox. Because if we don't understand that the gold has been stolen, we'll allow ourselves to be stampeded into the wrong solution: a gold-backed currency.
Most Americans still believe that the gold is still here at Fort Knox. At the end of World War II, Fort Knox contained over 700 million ounces of gold, an incredible 70% of all the gold in the world. How much remains? No one knows. Despite the fact that federal law requires an annual physical audit of Fort Knox gold, the Treasury has consistently refused to conduct one. The truth is that a reliable audit of whatever remains here has not been conducted since President Eisenhower ordered one in 1953.
Where did America's gold in Fort Knox go? Over the years, it was sold off to European money changers at the $35 per ounce price. Remember, this was during a time when it was illegal for Americans to buy any of their own gold from Fort Knox. In fact, there was a very infamous case where the Firestone family set up a string of dummy corporations to purchase Fort Knox gold and keep it in Switzerland, never hitting U.S. shores. They were eventually caught, however, and successfully prosecuted. Finally, by 1971, all the pure gold had been secretly removed from Fort Knox, drained back to London. Once the gold was gone from Fort Knox, President Nixon closed the gold window by repealing Roosevelt's Gold Reserve Act of 1934, finally making it legal once again for Americans to buy gold. Naturally, gold prices immediately began to soar. 9 years later, gold sold for $880 per ounce, 25 times what the gold in Fort Knox was sold for. One would think that eventually someone in the government would get wind of what was happening and blow the whistle. The largest fortune in the history of the world stolen. Shades of the old James Bond film, Goldfinger. Well, as a matter of fact, Ian Fleming, the author of the James Bond series, was head of the British counterintelligence service, MI5. Some believe in the intelligence community that he wrote much of his fiction as a warning, as many authors of fiction do. If the removal of all the good delivery gold from Fort Knox can be viewed as a deliberate raid on the U.S. Treasury, then such an operation might well have been years in the making, namely 40 years. Certainly enough time for Fleming to get wind of it and try to prevent it. So just how did the story of the Fort Knox gold robbery get out? It all started with an article in a New York periodical in 1974. The article charged that the Rockefeller family was manipulating the Federal Reserve to sell off Fort Knox gold at bargain basement prices to anonymous European speculators. 3 days later, the anonymous source of the story, Louise Auchincloss Boyer, mysteriously fell to her death from the window of her 10th floor apartment in New York. How would Mrs. Boyer have known of the Rockefeller connection to the Fort Knox gold heist? She was the longtime secretary of Nelson Rockefeller. For the next 14 years, this man, Ed Durrell, a wealthy Ohio industrialist, devoted himself to a quest for the truth concerning the Fort Knox gold. He wrote thousands of letters to over 1,000 government and banking officials, trying to find out how much gold was really left and where the rest of it had gone. Edith Roosevelt, the granddaughter of President Teddy Roosevelt, questioned the actions of the government in a March 1975 edition of the New Hampshire Sunday News. Allegations of missing gold from our Fort Knox vaults are being widely discussed in European financial circles. But what is puzzling is that the administration is not hastening to demonstrate conclusively that there is no cause for concern over our gold treasure, if indeed it is in a position to do so. Unfortunately, Ed Durrell never did accomplish his primary goal, a full audit of the gold reserves in Fort Knox. It's incredible that the world's greatest treasure has had little accounting or auditing. This gold belonged to the American people, not the Federal Reserve and their foreign owners. One thing is certain, the government could blow all of this speculation away in a few days with a well-publicized audit under the searing lights of media cameras. It has chosen not to do so. One must conclude that they are afraid of the truth such an audit would reveal. What is the government so afraid of? Here's the answer. When President Ronald Reagan took office in 1981, his conservative friends urged him to study the feasibility of returning to a gold standard as the only way to curb government spending. It sounded like a reasonable alternative, so President Reagan appointed a group of men called the Gold Commission to study the situation and report back to Congress. What Reagan's Gold Commission reported back to Congress in 1982 was the following shocking revelation concerning gold. The U.S. Treasury owned no gold at all. All the gold that was left in Fort Knox was now owned by the Federal Reserve, a group of private bankers, as collateral against the national debt. The truth of the matter is that never before has so much money been stolen from the hands of the general public and put into the hands of a small group of private investors, the money changers. I'm standing in front of the headquarters of the International Monetary Fund located in Washington, D.C. Across the street, right over there, is the headquarters of the World Bank.
What are these organizations and who controls them? And most importantly, are they about to create a huge worldwide depression? Let us step back in time for a moment to the aftermath of World War I. People were tired of war, so under the guise of peacemaking, the international bankers devised a plan to consolidate power even further. Claiming only an international government would stem the tide of world wars, the money changers pushed forward a proposal for world government which stood on three legs. A world central bank to be called the Bank of International Settlements, a world judiciary to be called the World Court located in The Hague, the Netherlands, and a world executive and legislature to be called the League of Nations.
As President Clinton's mentor, Georgetown historian Carroll Quigley wrote in his 1966 book, Tragedy and Hope, the powers of financial capitalism had a far-reaching plan, nothing less than to create a world system of financial control in private hands, able to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. This system was to be controlled in a feudalistic fashion by the central banks of the world, acting in concert by secret agreements arrived at in frequent meetings and conferences. The apex of the system was to be the Bank for International Settlements in Bâle, Switzerland, a private bank owned and controlled by the world central banks, which were themselves private corporations. Each central bank sought to dominate its government by its ability to control treasury loans, to manipulate foreign exchanges, to influence the level of economic activity in the country, and to influence cooperative politicians by subsequent economic rewards in the business world. Despite intense pressure from the international bankers and the press, a handful of U.S. senators, led by Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, kept the U.S. out of these schemes. Without U.S. participation, the League was doomed. Incredibly, even though the U.S. rejected the World Central Bank, the BIS, the New York Federal Reserve ignored its government and arrogantly sent representatives to Switzerland to participate in the central bankers' meeting right up until 1994, when the U.S. was finally officially dragged into it. Their world government schemes thwarted, the bankers resorted to the old formula, another war to wear down the resistance to world government while reaping handsome profits. To this end, Wall Street helped resurrect Germany through the Thyssen banks, which were affiliated with the Harriman interest in New York, just as the Chase Bank had assisted in the financing of the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia during World War I. Chase Bank was controlled by the Rockefeller family. Subsequently, it was merged with Warburg's Manhattan Bank to form the Chase Manhattan Bank. Now this has merged with Chemical Bank of New York, making it the largest Wall Street bank. Their strategy worked. Even before World War II was over, world government was back on track. In 1944, at Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank were approved with full U.S. participation. The Second League of Nations, renamed the United Nations, was approved in 1945. Soon, a new international court system was functioning as well. All effective opposition to these international bodies before the war had evaporated in the heat of war, just as planned. These new organizations simply repeated on a world scale what the National Banking Act of 1864 and the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 had established in the U.S. They created a banking cartel composed of the world's central banks, which gradually assumed the power to dictate credit policies to the banks of all the nations.
For example, just as the Federal Reserve Act authorized the creation of a new national fiat currency called Federal Reserve Notes, the IMF has been given the authority to issue a world fiat money called Special Drawing Rights, or SDRs.
To date, the IMF has created in excess of $30 billion worth of SDRs. Member nations are being pressured to make their currencies fully exchangeable for SDRs. In 1968, Congress approved laws authorizing the Fed to accept SDRs as reserves in the U.S. and to issue Federal Reserve notes in exchange for SDRs. What does that mean? It means that in the U.S., SDRs are already a part of our lawful money. And what about gold? SDRs are already partially backed by gold. And with 2/3 of world gold now in the hands of central banks, the money changers can go about structuring the world's economic future in whichever way they deem most profitable.
Keep in mind, just as the Fed is controlled by its Board of Governors, the IMF is controlled by its Board of Governors, which are either the heads of the different central banks or the heads of the various national treasury departments dominated by their central banks. Voting power in the IMF gives the US and the UK, that is to say the Fed and the Bank of England, effective control.
Just as the Fed controls the amount of money in the U.S., the BIS, IMF, and World Bank control the money supply for the world.
So we see the repetition of the old goldsmith's fraud replicated on the national scale with central banks like the Fed and on the international scale by the three arms of the world central bank.
Is this organization of the BIS, the IMF, and the World Bank, which we refer to collectively as the World Central Bank, presently expanding and contracting world credit? Yes. Regulations put into effect in 1988 by the BIS required the world's bankers to raise their capital and reserves to 8% of liabilities by 1992. Increased capital requirements put an upper limit to the fractional reserve lending, similar to the way cash reserve requirements do. What has this seemingly insignificant regulation made in a Swiss city 8 years ago meant to the world?
It means our banks cannot loan more and more money to buy more and more time before the next depression, as a maximum loan ratio is now set. It means those nations with the lowest bank reserves in their systems have already felt the terrible effects of this credit contraction as their banks scrambled to raise money to increase their reserves to 8%. To raise the money, they had to sell stocks, which depressed their stock markets and began the depression first in their countries.
Japan, which in 1988 had among the lowest capital and reserve requirements, and thus was the most affected by the regulation, has experienced a financial crash which began almost immediately in 1989, which has wiped out a staggering 50% of the value of its stock market since 1990 and 60% of the value of its commercial real estate. The Bank of Japan has lowered its interest rates to 0.5%, practically giving away money to resurrect the economy, but still the depression worsens.
Due to the $20 billion U.S. bailout of Mexico, the financial collapse in that nation is already known here. Yet despite the bailout, the economy continues to be a disaster. One huge debt after another is rolled over as new loans are being made simply to enable Mexico to pay the interest on the old loans. In the south of Mexico, the poor have been in open revolt as every spare peso is being siphoned out of the country to make interest payments.
It is important to note that a radical transfer of power is taking place as nations become subservient to a supranational world central bank controlled by a handful of the world's richest bankers.
Due to the $20 billion U.S. bailout of Mexico, the financial collapse in that nation is already known here. Yet despite the bailout, the economy continues to be a disaster. One huge debt after another is rolled over as new loans are being made simply to enable Mexico to pay the interest on the old loans. In the south of Mexico, the poor have been in open revolt as every spare peso is being siphoned out of the country to make interest payments.
It is important to note that a radical transfer of power is taking place as nations become subservient to a supranational world central bank controlled by a handful of the world's richest bankers.
As the IMF creates more and more SDRs by the stroke of a pen on IMF ledgers, more and more nations borrow them to pay interest on their mounting debts and gradually fall under the control of the faceless bureaucrats of the World Central Bank. As the worldwide depression worsens and spreads, this will give the World Central Bank the power of economic life and death over these nations. It will decide which nations will be permitted to receive further loans and which nations will starve. Despite all the rhetoric about development and the alleviation of poverty, the result is a steady transfer of wealth from the debtor nations to the money changers' central banks which control the IMF and the World Bank. For example, in 1992, the Third World debtor nations, which borrowed from the World Bank, paid $198 million more to the central banks of the developed nations for World Bank-funded purposes than they received from the World Bank. All this increases their permanent debt in exchange for temporary relief of poverty caused by prior borrowings. Already, these repayments exceed the amount of the new loans. By 1992, Africa's external debt had reached $290 billion, 2.5 times greater than in 1980, resulting in skyrocketing infant mortality rates and unemployment, deterioration of schools, housing, and the general health of the people.
The entire world faces the immeasurable suffering already destroying the Third World and now Japan, all for the benefit of the money changers. As one prominent Brazilian politician put it, "The Third World War has already started. It is a silent war, not for that reason any less sinister. The war is tearing down Brazil, Latin America, and practically all the Third World. Instead of soldiers dying, there are children. It is a war over the Third World debt, one which has as its main weapon interest, a weapon more deadly than the atom bomb, more shattering than a laser beam." Although it would be absurd to ignore the pivotal role played by influential families such as the Rothschilds, the Warburgs, the Schiffs, the Morgans, and the Rockefellers in any review of the history of central banking and fractional banking, keep in mind, by now, central banks and the large commercial banks are up to 3 centuries old and deeply entrenched in the economic life of many nations. These banks are no longer dependent on clever individuals such as a Nathan Rothschild. Years ago, the question of ownership was important, but no longer. For example, both the Bank of England and the Bank of France were nationalized after World War II, and nothing changed, nothing at all. They endure and continue to grow, now protected by numerous laws, paid politicians, and mortgaged media, untouched by the changing of generations. 3 centuries have given them an aura of respectability. The old school tie is now worn by the 6th generation son, who's been raised in a system that he may never question as he is named to serve on the governing boards of countless philanthropic organizations. To focus attention today on individuals or families, or to attempt to sort out the current holders of power, serves little useful purpose and would be a distraction from the cure. The problem is far bigger than that. It is the corrupt banking system that was and is being used to consolidate vast wealth into fewer and fewer hands that is our current economic problem. Change the names of the main players now, and the problem will neither go away nor even miss a beat. Likewise, among the hordes of bureaucrats working in the World Bank, central banks, and international banks, only a tiny fraction have any idea of what's really going on. No doubt they'd be horrified to learn that their work is contributing to the terrible impoverishment and gradual enslavement of mankind to a few incredibly rich plutocrats. So really, there's no use in emphasizing the role of individuals anymore. And the problem even transcends the normal spectrum of political right and left. Both communism and socialism, as well as monopoly capitalism, have been used by the money changers. Today, they profit from either side of the new political spectrum. The big government, welfare state on the so-called left wing versus the neoconservative, laissez-faire capitalists who want big government totally out of their lives on the right wing. Either way, the bankers win. Monetary reform is the most important political issue facing this nation. That clarified, let's proceed to the conclusions in the spirit Lincoln declared, with malice towards none, with charity towards all. At the start of this video, we ask a number of troubling questions. Let's be sure we've answered them.
What's going on in America today? Why are we over our heads in debt? Why can't the politicians bring debt under control?
Why are we over our heads in debt? Because we're laboring under a debt money system that is designed and controlled by private bankers. Now, some will argue that the Federal Reserve System is a quasi-governmental agency. But the President appoints only 2 of the 7 members of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors every 4 years. And he appoints them to 14-year terms, far longer than his own. The Senate does confirm those appointments, but the whole truth is that the President wouldn't dare appoint anyone to that board of whom Wall Street does not approve. Of course, this does not preclude the possibility that some honorable men may be appointed to the Board of Governors. But the fact is that the Fed is specifically designed to operate independently of our government, as are nearly all other central banks. Some argue that the Fed promotes monetary stability. We saw the current head of the Bank of England, Eddie George, claim that this was the most important role of a central bank. In fact, the Fed's record of stabilizing the economy shows it to be a miserable failure in this regard. Within the first 25 years of its existence, the Fed caused 3 major economic downturns, including the Great Depression, and for the last 30 years has shepherded the American economy into a period of unprecedented inflation. Again, this is not some wild conspiracy theory. It's a well-known fact among top economists. As Nobel Prize-winning economist Milton Friedman put it, the stock of money, prices, and output was decidedly more unstable after the establishment of the Federal Reserve System than before. The most dramatic period of instability in output was, of course, the period between the 2 wars, which includes the severe monetary contractions of 1920-21, 1929-33, and 1937-38. No other 20-year period in American history contains as many as 3 such severe contractions. This evidence persuades me that at least a third of the price rise during and just after World War I is attributable to the establishment of the Federal Reserve System, and that the severity of each of the major contractions, 1920-21, 1929-33, and 1937-38, is directly attributable to acts of commission and omission by the reserve authorities. Any system which gives so much power and so much discretion to a few men so that mistakes, excusable or not, can have such far-reaching effects is a bad system. It is a bad system to believers in freedom just because it gives a few men such power without any effective check by the body politic. This is the key political argument against an independent central bank. To paraphrase Clemenceau, money is much too serious a matter to be left to the central bankers. We must learn from our history before it is too late. Why can't politicians control the federal debt? Because all our money is created out of debt. Again, it's a debt money system. Our money is created initially by the purchase of U.S. bonds. The public buys bonds like savings bonds, the banks buy bonds, foreigners buy bonds, and when the Fed wants to create more money in the system, it buys bonds, but pays for them with a simple bookkeeping entry which it creates out of nothing. Then this new money created by the Fed is multiplied by a factor of 10 by the banks thanks to the fractional reserve principle. So although the banks don't create currency, they do create checkbook money or deposits by making new loans. They even invest some of this created money. In fact, over $1 trillion of this privately created money has been used to purchase U.S. bonds on the open market, which provides the banks with roughly $50 billion in interest, risk-free, each year, less the interest they pay to some depositors. In this way, through fractional reserve lending, banks create over 90% of the money and therefore cause over 90% of our inflation. What can we do about all this? Fortunately, there's a way to fix the problem fairly easily, speedily, and without any serious financial problems. We can get our country totally out of debt in 1 to 2 years by simply paying off these U.S. bonds with debt-free U.S. notes, just like Lincoln issued. Of course, that by itself would create tremendous inflation, since our currency is presently multiplied by the fractional reserve banking system. But here's the ingenious solution, advanced in part by Milton Friedman, to keep the money supply stable and avoid inflation and deflation while the debt is retired. As the Treasury buys up its bonds on the open market with U.S. notes, the reserve requirements of your hometown local bank will be proportionally raised, so the amount of money in circulation remains constant. As those holding bonds are paid off in U.S. notes, they will deposit this money, thus making available the currency then needed by the banks to increase their reserves. Once all the U.S. bonds are replaced with U.S. notes, banks will be at 100% reserve banking instead of the fractional reserve system currently in use. From this point on, the former Fed buildings will only be needed as a central clearinghouse for checks and as vaults for U.S. notes. The Federal Reserve Act will no longer be necessary and could be repealed. Monetary power can be transferred back to the Treasury Department. There would be no further creation or contraction of money by banks. By doing it this way, our national debt can be paid off in a single year or so, and the Fed and fractional reserve banking abolished, without national bankruptcy, financial collapse, inflation or deflation, or any significant change in the way the average American goes about his business. To the average person, the primary difference would be that for the first time since the Federal Reserve Act was passed in 1913, taxes would begin to go down. Now there's a real national blessing for you, rather than for Hamilton's banker friends. Now let's take a look at these proposals in more detail. Here are the main provisions of a Monetary Reform Act which needs to be passed by Congress. We've drafted a proposed Monetary Reform Act which follows at the end of this tape. Of course, variations with the same results would be equally welcome. 1. Pay off the debt with debt-free U.S. notes. As Thomas Edison put it, if the U.S. can issue a dollar bond, it can issue a dollar bill. They both rest purely on the faith and credit of the United States government. This amounts to a simple substitution of one type of government obligation for another. One bears interest, the other doesn't. Federal Reserve notes could be used for this as well, but could not be printed after the Fed's abolished as we propose, so we suggest using U.S. notes instead. 2. Abolish fractional reserve banking. As the debt is paid off, the reserve requirements of all banks and financial institutions would be raised proportionally at the same time to absorb the new U.S. notes, which would be deposited and become the bank's increased reserves. Towards the end of the first year of the transition period, the remaining liabilities of financial institutions would be assumed or acquired by the U.S. government in a one-time operation. In other words, they too would eventually be paid off with debt-free U.S. notes in order to keep the total money supply stable. At the end of the first year or so, all of the national debt would be paid, and we could start enjoying the benefits of full reserve banking. The Fed would be obsolete, an anachronism. 3. Repeal the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 and the National Banking Act of 1864. These acts delegate the money power to a private banking monopoly. They must be repealed, and the money power handed back to the Department of Treasury, where they were initially under President Abraham Lincoln. No banker or person in any way affiliated with financial institutions should be allowed to regulate banking. After the first two reforms, these acts would serve no useful purpose anyway, since they relate to a fractional reserve banking system. 4. Withdraw the U.S. from the IMF, the BIS, and the World Bank. These institutions, like the Federal Reserve, are designed to further centralize the power of the international bankers over the world's economy, and the U.S. must withdraw from them. Their harmless functions, such as currency exchange, can be accomplished either nationally or in new organizations limited to those functions. Such a monetary reform act would guarantee that the amount of money in circulation would stay very stable, causing neither inflation nor deflation. Remember, for the last 3 decades, the Fed has doubled the American money supply every 10 years. That fact and fractional reserve banking are the real causes of inflation and the reduction in our buying power, a hidden tax. These and other taxes are the real reasons both parents now have to work just to get by. The money supply should increase slowly to keep prices stable, roughly in proportion to population growth, about 3% per year, not at the whim of a group of bankers meeting in secret. In fact, all future decisions on how much money will be in the American economy must be made based on statistics of population growth and the price level index. The new monetary regulators and the Treasury Department, perhaps called the Monetary Committee, would have absolutely no discretion in this matter except in time of declared war. This would ensure a steady, stable money growth of roughly 3% per year, resulting in stable prices and no sharp changes in the money supply. To make certain the process is completely open and honest, all deliberations would be public, not secret, as meetings of the Fed's Board of Governors are today. How do we know this will work? Because these steps remove the 2 major causes of economic instability, the Fed and fractional reserve banking, and the newest one as well, the BIS, Bank of International Settlements. But most importantly, the danger of a severe depression would be eliminated. Let's listen to Milton Friedman on the single cause of severe economic depressions. I know of no severe depression in any country or any time that was not accompanied by a sharp decline in the stock of money, and equally of no sharp decline in the stock of money that was not accompanied by a severe depression. Issuing our own currency is not a radical solution. It's been advocated by Presidents Jefferson, Madison, Jackson, Van Buren, and Lincoln. But it's been used at different times throughout Europe as well. Perhaps the best example is one of the small islands off the coast of France in the English Channel. Called Guernsey, it's been using debt-free money issues to pay for large building projects for nearly 200 years. Here we are on Guernsey, and this is the Guernsey flower and vegetable market. Guernsey is one of the most successful examples of just how well a debt-free money system can work. In 1815, a committee was appointed to investigate how best to finance this new market. The impoverished island could not afford more new taxes, so the state's fathers decided to try a revolutionary idea: issue their own paper money. They were just colorful paper notes, backed by nothing, but the people of this tiny island agreed to accept them and trade with them. To be sure they circulated widely, they were declared to be good for the payment of taxes. Of course, this idea was nothing new. It was exactly what America had done before the American Revolution, and there are many other examples throughout the world. But it was new to Guernsey, and it worked miracles. This market is still in use, and remember, it was built for no debt to the people of this island state. But what if we follow Guernsey's example? How would the bankers react to these reforms? Certainly the international bankers cartel will oppose reforms that do away with their control of the world's economies as they have in the past. But it is equally certain that Congress has the constitutional authority and responsibility to authorize the issuance of debt-free money, U.S. notes, and to reform the very banking laws it ill-advisedly enacted. Undoubtedly, the bankers will claim that issuing debt-free money will cause severe inflation or make other dire predictions. But remember, it is fractional reserve banking which is the real cause of over 90% of all inflation, not whether debt-free U.S. notes are used to pay for government deficits. In the current system, any spending excesses on the part of Congress are turned into more debt bonds, and the 10% purchased by the Fed are then multiplied many times over by the bankers, causing over 90% of all inflation. Our fractional reserve and debt-based banking system is the problem. We must ignore its inevitable resistance to reform and remain firm until the cure is complete. As the director of the Bank of England in the 1920s, Sir Josiah Stamp put it, referring to this modern fractional reserve banking system, banking is conceived in iniquity and born in sin. Bankers own the earth. Take it away from them, but leave them the power to create money and control credit, and with the flick of a pen, they will create enough money to buy it back again. Take this great power away from the bankers, and all great fortunes like mine will disappear, and they ought to disappear. For this would be a better and happier world to live in. But if you want to continue the slaves of bankers and pay the cost of your own slavery, let them continue to create money and to control credit. Americans are slowly figuring this out. Today, over 3,200 cities and counties have endorsed the proposal of a nonprofit organization called Sovereignty. The Sovereignty movement calls for Congress to authorize the Secretary of the Treasury to issue $90 billion per year of U.S. notes, not Federal Reserve notes nor debt-based bonds, to loan money interest-free to cities, counties, and school districts for needed capital improvements. Remarkably, and to their praise, the Community Bankers Association of Illinois, representing 515 member banks, has endorsed this sovereignty proposal, a good step in the right direction. As Milton Friedman has repeatedly pointed out, no severe depression can occur without a severe contraction of money. In our system, only the Fed, the Bank of International Settlements, with U.S. bankers' cooperation, or a combination of the largest Wall Street banks could cause a depression. In other words, our economy is so huge and resilient, a depression just can't happen by accident. Unless we reform our banking system, they will always have that power. They can pull the plug on our economy anytime they choose. The only solution is to abolish the Fed and the fractional reserve banking system and withdraw from the BIS. Only that will break the power of the international bankers over our economy. And keep in mind, a stock market crash itself cannot cause a severe depression. Only the severe contraction of our money supply can cause a severe depression. The stock market crash of 1929 only wiped out market speculators, mostly the small to medium ones, resulting in $3 billion in wealth changing hands. But it served as a smokescreen for a 33% contraction in credit by the Fed over the next 4 years, which resulted in over $40 billion in wealth from the American middle class being transferred to the big banks. Then, despite impotent howls of protest from a divided Congress, the independent Fed kept the money supply contracted for a full decade. Only World War II ended the terrible suffering the Fed inflicted on the American people. In a depression, the remaining wealth of the debt-burdened American middle class will be wiped out by unemployment, declining wages, and the resulting foreclosures. If we start to act to reform our monetary system, the money changers may do what they did in 1929 and then the 1930s, crash the stock market and use that as a smokescreen while contracting the money supply. But if we're determined to fight to regain control over our money, we can come out of it fairly quickly, perhaps in only a very few months, as U.S. notes begin to circulate and replace the money withdrawn by the bankers. The longer we wait, the greater the danger we'll permanently lose control of our nation. But some still wonder why the international bankers would want to cause a depression. Wouldn't that be killing the goose that is currently laying all those golden interest eggs? Remember what Larry Bates said at the first of this videotape.
You see, in periods of economic upheaval, in economic crisis, wealth is not destroyed. It is merely transferred.
Do we have any hints as to what the money changers have in store for us? Here's what David Rockefeller, the chairman of Chase Manhattan Bank, the largest Wall Street bank, had to say. We are on the verge of a global transformation. All we need is the right major crisis and the nation will accept the New World Order. So, crisis is needed to fulfill their plans quickly. The only question is when the crisis will occur. Fortunately, we probably have a little time. It's unlikely that this crisis will occur before the 1996 elections, but after that, the danger begins rising. But whether or not they decide to cause a crash or a depression through relentless increases in taxes and the loss of hundreds of thousands of jobs being sent overseas thanks to trade agreements such as GATT and NAFTA, the American middle class is an endangered species. Cheaper labor, including slave labor in Red China, which Harry Wu has heroically documented, is being used to compete with American labor. In other words, money is being consolidated in fewer and fewer hands as never before in the history of this nation or the world. Without reform, the American middle class will soon be extinct, leaving only the very rich few and the very many poor, as has already occurred in most of the world. We've been warned of all this by congressmen, presidents, industrialists, and economists down through the years. Religious leaders, too, have seen the danger. About 1898, during the time of William Jennings Bryan, Pope Leo XIII put it this way. On the one side, there is the party which holds the power because it holds the wealth, which has in its grasp all labor and all trade, which manipulates for its own benefit and its own purposes all the sources of supply, and which is powerfully represented in the councils of state itself. On the other side, there is the needy and powerless multitude, sore and suffering. Rapacious usury, which, although more than once condemned by the church, is nevertheless under a different form, but with the same guilt, still practiced by avaricious and grasping men, so that a small number of very rich men have been able to lay upon the masses of the poor a yoke little better than slavery itself. More recently, during America's Great Depression, Pope Pius XI spoke of the same problem. In our days, not alone is wealth accumulated, but immense power and despotic economic domination is concentrated in the hands of a few. This power becomes particularly irresistible when exercised by those who, because they hold and control money, are able also to govern credit and determine its allotment. For this reason, supplying, so to speak, the lifeblood to the entire economic body, and grasping, as it were, in their hands the very soul of the economy, so that no one dare breathe against their will. Educate your friends. Our country needs a solid group who really understand how our money is manipulated and what the solutions really are. Because if a depression comes, there will be those who call themselves conservatives who will come forward advancing solutions framed by the international bankers. Beware of calls to return to a gold standard. Why? Simple, because never before has so much gold been so concentrated outside of American hands. And never before has so much gold been in the hands of international governmental bodies such as the World Bank and International Monetary Fund. A gold-backed currency usually brings despair to a nation, and to return to it would certainly be a false solution in our case. Remember, we had a gold-backed currency in 1929 and during the first 4 years of the Great Depression. Likewise, beware of any plans advanced for a regional or world currency. This is the international bankers' Trojan horse. Educate your member of Congress. It only takes a few persuasive members to make the others pay attention. Most congressmen just don't understand the system. Some understand it, but are so influenced by bank PAC contributions that they ignore it, not realizing the gravity of their neglect. We hope we've made a valuable contribution to the national debate on monetary reform. It remains for each man to do his duty, consistent with his state in life. May God give us the light to help reform our nation and ourselves. We say ourselves because ultimately vast multitudes of men are going to be driven more and more to desperation by the accumulation of the world's wealth in fewer and fewer hands. Men will tend to become like their oppressors, selfish and greedy. Rather, let's keep in mind during this period of reform a warning not to lose sight of greater things. As Pope Pius XI put it, "For what will it profit men that a more prudent distribution and use of riches make it possible for them to gain even the whole world, if thereby they suffer the loss of their own souls? What will it profit to teach them sound principles in economics, if they permit themselves to be so swept away by selfishness, by unbridled and sordid greed, that hearing the commandments of the Lord, they do all things contrary?"